Welcome to the end.
Do I have a motion to move to exit executive session for the purpose of discussing legal matters where no votes were taken?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Herndon seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. We will now call this pre-work session to order at 1:39 p.m.
Yeah, because you have Lorraine.
Okay, I am the chair, Carmen Sultan, and I am present. When I call your name, please indicate if you are present. Vice Chair Utz?
Present.
Board Member Anderson? Present. Board Member Herndon?
Present.
Board Member Lorraine Irier? Present. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today for our Board of Education pre-work session. Our board meeting cadence allows board members to prepare for upcoming regular meetings through pre-work sessions. These sessions are typically more casual and are primarily for information gathering. No formal votes will be taken. Board, our first item on the agenda is our board norms. Annually, we review the superintendent and board communication norms. For the new member on our board, Lorraine Irier, it is most benefiting that we discuss the norms and recommit for some newly commit some for Lorraine.
All right. So, board, as you have in front of you, also on Assembly, these are our board communication norms. The board communication norms are divided into different sections, so we'll just kind of go section by section. The first section is governance, roles, and responsibilities. Any comments?
I have a question. So when I'm looking at letter C, The government team agrees to follow the code of ethics and disclose any conflicts of interest. And so if we're disclosing a conflict of interest and it's determined, or we're disclosing a possible conflict, right, and it's determined there is one, then do we have to recuse ourselves from a vote?
That's a good question, actually.
And the reason I'm asking this is because I believe in the whole time I've served, I've seen only one instance in which someone had to recuse themselves from a vote, and I think that was the October PFA, the bond. And so I'm just trying to figure out, when we do that, are we announcing it publicly as well, or is it just something that's shared? Because I didn't notice, I went back and listened to the October meeting, and so the only way I knew of the recusal is because it's in the minutes.
So I do think maybe there's some language that we would add around what to do in the event that there is a conflict of interest. So you're getting at if there is a conflict of interest around a matter that is being voted on that
Right.
we need to recuse.
I assume that the reason for recusal, and like an abstention, but maybe someone else can inform this, is because there is a conflict of interest. And so when I was thinking about it, I'm not aware of any other vote except for the October 14th one in which there was a recusal. And then I just wondered, is that just something that's noted in the minutes? Because I went back and listened to our board meeting, and so I never heard it announced. And so I just wondered, what is the actual communication norm there and procedure? I don't envision having many. I mean, I score AP essays. I guess if we started paying for AP exams, I might have a seeming self-interest. I don't know.
I think maybe what we could, maybe what we need to talk about is defining what we think is a conflict of interest, because conflict of interest could be anything,
Well,
you know?
my guess is, this is, just, if we could direct it to the lawyers for a second, my guess is that there is probably very clear law and language around what constitutes a conflict of interest. We don't need to invent it ourselves. I think we should reference what exists. I'm more interested in, and I think this is to Board Member Anderson's point, if we do determine that there is one, how do we communicate it, and then what steps do we take?
To be clear, I have a conflict of interest when it comes for folks dealing with Davenport, because I work in the industry with Davenport, is a competitor. So I have no conflict of interest from the school's perspective, but for the FCC and FEMRA, I should not publicly participate in votes on bond hearings. That's it. When I was elected and discussed this with our attorneys, it was like, yeah, that's on them. I think that's very different than the school determining it. That was my understanding, and I haven't revisited it since. I just haven't just publicly.
Let's take a hypothetical situation, right? Let's say that somebody that is elected to this board owns a construction company, and that construction company is bidding on a project within the school system. That individual on the board should not be able to vote in approval of any contract related to that, right?
That I understand.
But we aren't clear on here how they communicate that out to the public and then what steps to take. And I do think maybe there's some value in adding a little language around, if a conflict of interest is determined to exist, this is how it gets announced, this is the step that the individual must take. That sort of clarification, I think, is a good idea.
Say,
There it goes.
No.
Okay. I have a board policy.
Mhm.
There's also
BHA.
Robert. We discusses an out here with people. If you'd like to adopt that in your normal, we can. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds great.
So we'll add a link to policy BHA, which is board member conflict of interest, and we'll also add the language from Robert's Rules of Order. Okay.
Anything else in this section? Okay. Communication by superintendent to board members. Anything there? Okay. Information requests of board members? Okay. Board superintendent team relationship? Nothing? Constituent requests and issues?
This area I had just some input on, because when we read the document in whole, you know, especially as a new board member, I want to make sure that I'm following the rules that are in here, the norms. It doesn't, you know, it reads especially just that things are going to go through the chain of command to the superintendent, of course. But obviously, as school board members, we're also here as constituent representatives, and we're here to, you know, take communication and input from the community. So I'm just wondering if we can add that role in here too. It is a balance, and I looked at some other school districts, Gwinnett County, and I think even Bryan County, and their policies on communication norms for the board have some language in there about just, you know, that we are here for ongoing transparent communication with community stakeholders, while maintaining confidentiality regarding sensitive matters. So I just feel like if we could include that too, just to acknowledge that we're also here to listen and communicate with our constituents, that would be helpful.
What if you make that its own, like, subheading like that?
Yeah. Yeah, that could be communication with stakeholders and community. Maybe I've seen that in a couple of school boards, because this, I guess, when you're reading the entire document, it doesn't have that kind of language in there yet. It just kind of talks about the chain of command, of course. So,
I like adding a subsection C and including that language.
under constituent requests?
Yes.
Okay. So we have seen it,
It was its own complete section?
well, it was communication with stakeholders and community, and, I have some modelings we can look at, I'm happy with, I think.
Okay.
Because this seems more to do with the chain of command, and that's how I've seen this similar language in other, school board norms.
Okay.
Well, and I think it's on the easy thing, right? Because, it is in the best interest of the school district, right? That individual board members aren't just replying either at whim or, you know, with an idea, right? Totally accept that. But I also think there's room to fill something in where, you know, I know this as a teacher, I know this as a citizen, there is nothing more defeating than contacting people and, you know, suggesting ideas, sharing concerns, and, you know, basically being met with a, you know, thank you and check you kind of thing. And yet sometimes it has to be, right? So again, I'm not dismissing the valid reasons why, one, for operational reasons, two, to protect the school district. And so, you know, there were a few things I wondered, like under letter A, read, the board chair should reply to constituent emails. So, you know, my understanding is if the board is responding to, you know, we all kind of get at least a reviewer say. And I just wondered, when the board chair is replying to constituents, is there a similar process in place? So I get to see it after the fact, but I don't get to see it ahead of time. And it's not necessarily that Tracy gets to see it, but we do have 5 people on the board, and I just wonder why we wouldn't want a similar, not FYI review after, but a review before, especially if it's something that multiple constituents are emailing about.
Right, and just to make
When
sure.
something not operational in nature.
I understand, that's a response. That's a response that the board chair is composing on behalf of the entire board when we get, a question to the entire board. But if somebody's just emailing me directly, I can respond in that too.
Well, so if somebody is emailing you directly with let's say they're emailing you directly about an issue that they found in the school, the norm is that gets forwarded to the entire board and copied to the superintendent with the language stating that is the administration's role to follow up, right? So that's necessary, that's a norm, and that's one that I personally feel fairly inflexible on. I think we do need to ensure that we're clear where there are operational things. It's understandable that somebody might reach out to us with an operational thing, but it does have to get directed to the superintendent. That norm, I believe, should stay. If they're asking for a policy question, when we respond individually to a constituent asking a policy question, it has the appearance that that is the perspective of the full board. And so I do also think when there is a policy question or something related to that, it needs to be sent to the full board, and then the board chair needs to respond.
So if they're just asking to meet us individually.
Oh, I think we do.
Yeah.
We all do that.
Yeah.
Right. Tracy's point, Board Member Anderson's point
I'm
is.
crazy, I'm happy.
I'm trying to be formal, but okay. Appreciate it. The board member, I'm sorry, so there's a balancing act, right? I do actually get the perspective that maybe if it is being responded to on behalf of the whole board ought to have the chance to weigh in on it. But man, that's slow.
The way I could do that in a 48-hour turnaround.
Yeah.
I would have to adjust. I think a couple of things, the way that this works most of the time is if I get a series of emails that all have the same theme. So if it's multiple emails, especially in a short time frame, that all have the same theme, the reality of it is that the response may have a theme to it.
Oh, yeah.
And I work on a response. I get the help of the superintendent if it requires factual basis to it, and then I almost always get the help of the communications team. And then I always send it out to you. And then so that I can stay within that window, I will give you a timeline. I will tell you that you have to reply back to me within an hour, 2 hours, or a certain number of days. And if I don't hear back, I assume it's a go. Otherwise, like Hans is saying, it will slow down the response process, which was a big criticism of us in the past, was that we would not reply. So I've tried to make sure that I can get those emails out now. Well, let me finish. Now, that sometimes we will get emails that are completely unrelated topics. Maybe they're about, I don't know, in New York. The ask is that before I reply to those, which maybe are not thematic emails, everybody weighs in, then maybe that is a discussion point. Before I reply to those, everybody gives me a reply. That I'm totally okay with that. Then we may have to go back and think about the turnaround time, because it may be difficult to do that or even 96. It may be difficult to do that. Craft it, take everybody's feedback, go through drafts, and then get the email out in 48 hours.
Yeah, I am inclined to suggest that we lean towards, when there is a response that is the voice of the full board, that the full board get a chance to weigh in on it. And then I would expand it from 48 hours to 96 hours in the times that it's going to require us to respond. And maybe there is a form response that says, this will be responded to within a window of time. Please expect it within blah, 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 96 hours. But I do think we have to be practical. I mean, you get hundreds and hundreds of emails. And so I am super sensitive to the fact that if we're going to bring the full board on, that you get the extra time to be able to respond.
The other thing, too, is what I've learned in looking at some of these emails, a lot of them really don't have to do with the board at all. Some of them may not require a response from me at all. So we could, although it's addressed to us, we could be more judicious about forwarding them on to the proper cabinet member, we could just forward them on and not give our own reply. So, like, some of the past emails, I think maybe 90% I've gotten in the past 48 hours, although they were addressed to us, the theme of the email could have gone to a cabinet member.
And then maybe I agree. Ones that are so objectively operational in nature are just kind of a no-brainer, because obviously each of us is up here and we understand our responsibilities. So from that standpoint, I see no need for us to review it, because we all know if someone's emailing about X program or, I don't know, the lunch, that's not our purview. But we do have to acknowledge that we are also decision makers. And so I would argue that the emails I'm referring to are not the ones that are operational in nature. And I think we're all sensible to the issues that constituents may be, one, more involved in, because we see the number of emails we're getting, and two, we know the emotional and intellectual combination. That's what I'm referring to. I'm not talking about operational stuff.
Yep. Well, so, I mean, are we generally as a body okay with establishing a norm where if the chair is responding in the voice of the board, in all of those cases, the board has a chance to review, but there is going to be a time limit on us to review, and that time limit, if we and the chair gets an extra 2 days to respond in that case. I'm okay with that. 96 hours, we get a chance to review. If we don't respond, that's a yes, and we move forward.
And that would relate only to emails that implicate the board.
Well, that's also where I'm a little unclear
Yeah.
here, because I think a lot of the emails that I get, although addressed to us, and although many have an emotional tone to them, if you read through it, much of it does not have to do with policy. It doesn't have to do with budget. Many of those emails could be forwarded onto a cabinet member. So some of them may have to do with, I don't know if it may have to do with K-2. We could forward that on to a cabinet member who is actually working on those particular issues. I could. So that's where I need a little bit more guidance as to what you are wanting me to do.
Great.
Well,
Right. I can reply and we can work on a response, but the actual nature of what some of these folks are asking really is not, although they're addressing it to us, I could forward it on.
but actually, the K-2 is specifically something that is within our purview right now, and we're going to finish discussing it
I
today.
just use that as an example. I said some of those emails, if you read them, what they are hitting at, although emotional in tone, some of the question in detail is really, could be directed to a cabinet member to be properly answered.
Well, I mean, I guess I would weigh in and say, let's apply the same index that we have now for how we respond. Just take the extra 2 days and give us the chance to see your response and weigh in on it.
Okay.
And that way we're informed, the constituent gets a response, and actually, frankly, in some of those situations, it gives us the opportunity to say, hey, actually, Dr. Sultan, I think maybe this should go to Jarvis instead of be responded to from us, and that gives us a chance to weigh in on it.
Can I go from,
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify one other thing, because, and I know it's, again, probably the English teacher in me, because we use the word community a lot. We use it as an adjective and we use it as a noun. And at times we use it as like a person now, a collective group. And so I would just like us to be more attentive when we are communicating with constituents, because there is like the city of Decatur, right? There's the Decatur community, but at times I worry when we're using the phrase the community, because we know that our community is comprised of different people, different neighborhoods. So that would be my one ask in our response to constituents, that maybe we're not talking about the community, because we don't really know who that is, right? We have individuals speaking, and they may be talking about community impression.
What is the?
I don't like the emails that specifically
No, I understand. So can you frame that as a norm that you'd change or language that you'd want to see, or is that something that would just be the feedback you provide when you have the chance to review?
Helping students writing essays, if it's an argumentative essay, they don't need to say I think or I feel, you just move to the idea, right? So it's really not about the community. If, Bob Jones, I don't think you exist in Decatur, emails and wants to know how do people get to inform the K-2 process, or how do they get to inform the budget? Then, we just say, hey, these are the particular resources you have.
So that feels to me, correct me if I'm wrong, board member Ashton, but it feels to me like that's not a norm. That feels like that's great input with your lens and skill set to weigh in on the email when we have a chance to review. Is that right? I just want to make sure that we capture the thought.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
So looking at constituent requests and issues, number 1, or A31, for governance issues that may have policy implications, the board chair shall consult with other members of the board. We're adding to that. And or looking at 5, where it says response to emails should be made within 48 hours. I think those are the two places where we're either adding something additional or making a modification, so I want to be sure to capture.
Yes, I think that is correct.
And I think then the automatic reply needs to reflect that they may not get a response for 3 to 4 business days.
Yeah, 3 or 4.
Okay.
Did that capture, Lorraine, your concern about?
Yeah, I'm not sure it did,
No.
or we may add another section, I think we talked about communication with stakeholders or.
I heard you saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, a little bit of guidance in the norms on how to respond to reach out from constituents on how as a board we respond to them.
Right, because just reading this, it sounds like everything goes to the superintendent. I want to have maybe a section in there that acknowledges.
Yes.
We have
Yeah.
communication with constituents.
Yeah, I would love to see what other,
Yeah.
if you've already done the work on what other.
Yeah, I found a
say.
couple, that I liked, Bryan County and Gwinnett County. I'm not sure if they pulled it from GSBA. I was trying to look there, and they had a section that I can read or share with you.
That would be really helpful, because I don't, and I like your point, like, that's something we do more than almost anything other than
Yeah,
attend
yeah,
meetings.
because when I was just reading this, it seemed like, okay, where's the constituent communication, which I know people are already trying to talk to me.
Of course they are. And but I want to say out loud that when you go through board training and legal stuff, the examples of email getting school board systems or cities in trouble because emails are sent that apologize for something or say something are just 1 in 1,000. So I appreciate everyone being on board with the fact that while I want people to be hurt, financial liability for this system and its children because we send an email too quick. So thank you all for that norm and recognizing that, because sometimes it's hard to not respond to an email that you want to respond to. And the last thing I'll say is, can I handle all emails sent to the wrong Decatur?
So
We get a lot of emails
Almost
for Decatur, Alabama, and I would say regularly, and I would like to volunteer my services.
Twice a week,
This
it's
year
safe to
to
say.
handle that, if that's okay with the rest of the board?
I would agree with that. Thank you, Board Member Herndon.
Thank you.
Twice a week. Angry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, can you tell me, do you have, I'm assuming.
Is that it for this section?
And more.
Board member relationships with employees?
Well, I saw maybe a typo in section E. Any complaint or grievance made against the superintendent must be shared with the board. Or it has to be shared with the board.
No. So if there are grievances made against the superintendent that aren't shared with the board, there's a whole process that manages that. It doesn't need to come to us, but it's when grievances are filed against the superintendent that have been shared with us, We aren't responding to those. That goes to HR. It is a personnel and HR issue.
What I'd imagine is that there might be superintendent grievances that we don't know about.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, now, I'm just curious. So, obviously, then, we don't need to know about it because, well, I'm comfortable with this because now I feel like it's suggesting something, so I don't know of anything, but just theoretically, the idea is that if there's nothing there, then there's nothing there. I mean, is that why it's written that way?
Well, that there is a clear grievance process.
Right.
We are not a part of the grievance process until it arrives
Okay.
in front of us, and we do not want to insert ourselves in that process, right? So, yeah.
Is that it for that section?
Yeah.
Board member meeting preparation and protocol?
I've got a few notes here, and our student rep isn't here, so. Note 2 on the back page. I'm still wondering how the student board rep is, given as much information as allowable. I know we've talked about this multiple times. I know the student board rep cannot have access to personnel matters, but I still don't understand the board rep is as informed as we are when we're discussing matters that are not personnel or legal, because the student board rep doesn't appear to have access to the emails that we get.
So the student board rep actually meets with cabinet members pretty much two times a week. And in preparation for the board meeting, they have board prep with me just like you do.
Right, but so in that case, then, is the student board rep getting a readout of, this week the board received, or rather this month, right, because we meet monthly, so the board received 15 emails. And, 14 of them were about the turf. So is the board rep getting, or the student board rep getting any readout on the communications? But, I feel strongly that's something that needs to be recognized and implemented in some way, but if I'm the only board member who feels that way, then it doesn't matter.
I don't disagree. I think the question is, how is she getting that information? I mean, we get our information through, these vehicles up here, but I think what I've always heard, and maybe it was an assumption, was that she got her information through Amanda and through kind of one-on-one time and through, almost like a class kind of setting, because this is a class for them. So because I don't sit in on those, I can't make a judgment as to what she's not getting, because we're not there. But
So I think the question, though, is, we're looking at our norms, we're looking at the processes we have in place. What is the process in place for the student board rep to capitalize on that rep role that is, like I think Maureen was referencing, in terms of kind of the constituent element?
So can we ground ourselves really quickly in why the student board rep isn't able to have access to the email? Because I think it's important to understand why that exists if we're going to try to figure a workaround, right? So what is the basic issue with giving that student rep full access to email?
Personnel matters and legal matters.
That's what I want us to be transparent about. So the public, where we're speaking about it publicly, the public should be aware of this. That there are personal matters, there are a number of things that show up in emails that we have no way to actually filter that out for the student rep. So this is why the student rep does not have the same access to constituent emails that we do. And so you're asking, how do we then effectively brief the student rep on the content of what the emails are that we're seeing as they come forward? Should we call out that a part of the preparation that the student board rep goes through is a summarized and what's the word? Not sanitized, but a summary of the emails with all of the things that would not be permitted for the rep to see, a summarized set of that?
And I also wonder is the constituent that the student represents other students and not adults. Because that is who the student is actually elected by. The student is elected by students. So, and to follow that logic, her constituents are the students at her high school.
So I do understand that, but I do feel like the best preparation possible would be to allow that rep to have some understanding of kind of the larger conversation in the community. And I mean, the reality is they do,
We do.
but they don't have the specific access to the email. So I'm wondering if there is like just a sort of like, by the way, this is the main topic that the rest of the board is hearing about.
But
Yes, and she does. She does. So one, for board prep, as I said, I do meet with the students prior to board, just like I meet with you prior to board, and explain everything on the agenda and talk through it. But as I said before, her teacher, her actual teacher that teaches her what it means to be on the board, inclusive of current matters, is, and so the chief of staff does provide that context for her in her role as chief of staff and teacher of record as well.
I think the final thing, though, I've been thinking about, and I think we've talked about this before, is, and James, you made a really good point once, because I didn't know what it was like. And now I do, kind of, maybe, and I think it was the email issue. You know, email is an easy way to communicate, and then I think you cited COVID. And, you know, I've now, through different things that have gone on, gotten to see what happens when you get mass numbers of emails. But I also feel like each of us is relying on our own understanding of how many emails we got, at times what those emails said. It's, you know, 38 are coming in a matter of 24 hours, or 57 are coming in a matter of 2 weeks. And so I still see an opportunity for us, because we know that all the emails that are sent to us are sent to the district too, right? I think, Dr. Whitaker, you're on it. And so I guess I feel like whatever process would allow us a more kind of objectively identified mechanism for the common theme questions would be useful, and then that would just be read out to the student anyway.
Could she do that at the end of every week, like get a synopsis of what, because some weeks I feel like we get very few, and then some weeks it could be 100, you know? I feel like those weeks she probably does need some understanding of, and usually I find most of the time, like I said, there's a theme. It's rare that we get like 100 emails and there's 100 different questions. Right. There's usually a theme to it. So in those scenarios, she probably does need to know exactly what theme. I'm assuming also that that's not happening, and it very well may be, I don't know, but maybe at the end of the week, if she could get some kind of a summary of
This is what your fellow
what's
board
in my
members-
inbox,
Yeah.
like that kind of, something like that, maybe.
Okay.
And then I have another question. Letter E. So the calendar of dates for board agenda prep, activities, deadlines, et cetera, is that published publicly, and then where do we have it?
The BMOP?
Okay.
It's, the BMOP's on Sidley.
All right, so E is referring to the BMOP, is that correct?
Yeah. Do we want to, I mean, maybe it's helpful to put the Sidley link to the BMOP in E. That would probably help if people happen to find it there. The
But
BMOP.
does it, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, sorry. I don't recall seeing, like, this agenda finalized.
It's always the Tuesday before.
Okay. So the agenda is finalized the Tuesday before,
Always the week.
and then we get it when? Yeah, I feel like,
So you get the agenda?
yeah, because this says,
You get it in your packet.
date the agenda is finalized for the board, and then the date the agenda is made available to the public. We get it on Friday and it goes public on Friday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But it's always the Tuesday before. So I think I explained this to Lorraine. You can obviously add anything you want to the agenda. You just have to know before the agenda is set. Because if it's after the agenda is published, especially if it goes out to the public, then you'd have to make a motion to modify the agenda in real time,
So then, if we're looking at F,
which you also can.
sure, so if we're looking at F, the agenda is actually finalized on Tuesday, not Friday. So the change would be on Tuesday, not the Friday when the board gets it and then it's posted publicly?
After the agenda is posted publicly Friday,
Mm-hmm.
any change after that has to be done through a motion in a formal, like,
Okay.
the rules of order, whatever that's called.
Yes.
But if you want to change on Wednesday and you raise it to our attention, I mean, it would be better to do it before Tuesday, but it hasn't been posted publicly, so there is possibility, right? Like that, it is possible for us to engage until it's posted publicly, at which point then it has to be a motion to change.
And we board members are using the BMOP to know what's on the agenda.
You're using the Bebop to know, the way I think about it, is the theme of what's gonna be on there. So maybe it's gonna be discipline, maybe it's gonna be K-2, maybe it's gonna be, well, I feel like we do finance every single time.
We do.
But,
We do.
maybe,
And
I don't
policy.
feel that way, it is that way.
yeah,
And policy.
yeah, but whatever, use that kind of as your kind of guide rails, but maybe there's one particular thing you want to discuss, and that's totally fine. You get one other board member to support you, and then you just send an email and say, I want this agenda item added. If you do it before the Tuesday where we finalize the agenda, then we just put it on. And then we can, if that also, I feel like is at least what I've figured out, is that, you know, the earlier you do it, the more of a courtesy it is to the rest of the staff, because they may have to pull slides or data or something to make it meaningful, as one little discussion point, and they can make it what you're looking for.
But essentially then, you know, what I find sometimes is people, and I'm thinking about public comment time survey we had, I think at the beginning of the year. So if people want to know when we're talking about X or when we're talking about Y, agenda-wise, they can predict that, or they can see through the BMOP.
That's right,
Yes.
definitely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else there? The CEO and superintendent evaluation. The only thing I thought of in this particular section, which I think we had talked about before, was publicly creating instruments. So, I don't know if that's something we want to discuss, but, obviously anything else is confidential, but having the actual, just like we're doing now, our evaluation instrument, we do that publicly, but having the actual creation of the evaluation.
I'm open to publicly having a conversation about the we will just have to be extraordinarily disciplined about that not tipping over into talk about the actual evaluation itself, right?
Tell me what you mean.
Like as we're creating a factor and saying, hey, we're going to hold the superintendent accountable to this thing, we're not also having a conversation about whether we think that she's doing a good job on that thing. Like that just, we just have to be super cognizant of that.
No, I think it's creating a rubric or anything else. I think it's a good thing.
All right, do we want to set that as one of the, is it a work session? Is it the main meeting? How do you?
I think that's something you would do in a work session.
Yeah, I think so too. Different kind.
So explain what that would include.
I think the document that we use for your evaluation, not the evaluation itself, but the framework for each of the items that we are going to be holding you accountable to. We will do that in a public session and have that conversation as a body. And in reality, we're basically doing the minor editing that we do each year around, look, that item, that was there for 2 years because that wasn't in place, but we actually that box has been checked, that thing can come off, and we need to talk about something else, right? We can build the evaluation instrument publicly.
Although to that end, then I think where I think we're gonna need more guidance is like just what you said, like that thing was rolled off. But the actual creating in terms of, those KPIs or BMOP, stuff like that, I think is particularly useful, but I think you kind of just evidenced why we need to make sure that
Understood. You're right. I mean, things are going to roll off and things are going to be added, and we have to be very careful about not talking about why they're rolling off or why they're being added. Do you see it? Like, it does get a tiny bit tricky talking about it publicly, and so I think some conversation around how to do that is important. I am generally indexed to having that conversation publicly. I think that's good for the public to see it, but just so long as we aren't actually talking about performance in that conversation.
kind of like you see like the teacher keys instrument or the leadership keys instrument. That's what I see or hearing.
So I will suggest that is something that is led and guided, just as it has been by Georgia School Board Association. As it has been.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
All right, anything else here? I think that's the end.
That is the end.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. All right, to summarize, we agreed to add language to Board Member Code of Ethics under Governance, Roles, and Responsibilities, to add language regarding communication with constituents for board members to listen to stakeholders, modify response time to 3 to 4 business days for constituent requests and issues, add a readout that will be provided to the student board rep weekly by staff. Georgia School Board of Association will lead the superintendent evaluation creation with the board, and we will bring the board norms back in February for signature. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next item.
Thank you, Chair Sultan. I would like to call on Mrs. Amanda Litch, Chief of Staff, to gain your feedback on policies, financial, personnel, and social media.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair esteemed members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. Today we will be discussing one policy with needed revisions in response to legislation, as well as numerous policies that are part of our process to review our oldest existing policies. While individual policies address different strategic accelerators, overall policy development contributes to Strategic Accelerator 4, Organizational Effectiveness and Excellence. First up is a revision to an existing policy, Policy ISBG, Internet Acceptable Use. These revisions are needed in response to 2024's SB 351, also known as the Protecting Georgia's Children on Social Media Act. This bill has required several policy adjustments with different deadlines. In September. Today, additional revisions are being introduced to meet the requirements that boards of education adopt specific policy language by April 1st, barring students from accessing social media on district-owned equipment except under limited circumstances. The redline version of the policy incorporates language directly from the statute and would bring us into compliance with this aspect of SB 351. Do you have any questions or additional feedback that should be considered regarding the proposed revisions to policy ISBG?
My only, and I apologize for not sharing this previously, is does not technically define social media. And I don't think you can come up with a list for acceptable platforms, but in my head, like, if I'm going to go to Reddit, does Reddit count? Because all AI is just asking Reddit. And so technically social media, technically not, I'm not sure. So a definition of social media, I think, would help if this became a policy we wanted to enforce.
Noted.
I was also also curious about, the establishment of appropriate measures when students are found to violate and how they tie into the code of conduct, just so we're making sure that students are disciplined. Really?
Yes, so that's, when we looked at this one even before, we made sure the language all mirrored exactly what the law itself said. I think we talked about, it was, Mr. Herndon had brought it up about progressive discipline and things like that we've talked about in the past. So all of that is consistent with the language of the law and is outlined in our student handbook.
And I'm guessing, you know, it might depend on what they're found to be using, right? Some things they might be looking at would be, you know, more unacceptable depending on that situation.
So we can get you more information on
Okay.
exactly how that looks.
Okay.
I think ask this, so the students take the Chromebook home, right? And I think I should know this, we have measures in place to help direct students to the appropriate, sites. But when we're looking at number 1 here, under Roman numeral 8, it's effectively looking just at school, right?
Are you talking
Property
about,
on the bus.
you're not talking about the red line, where you're not talking about the additions,
No.
you're talking about a prior existing piece of
But I
policy.
mean, I think I'm trying to confirm that,
Okay.
you know, ultimately, each student is getting a Chromebook, they do take them home to do schoolwork, but we have measures in place to help them find the correct, the safe, the appropriate sites. That's my best read on that.
Yes.
Okay.
And if I'm reading this correctly, this is saying that they can access whatever social media sites they want, Reddit, YouTube, whatever, as long as the teacher allows it.
Yeah, it prohibits it, but it does say, you know, unless, you know, directed by school personnel. So if as the teacher, I'm directing a student to access something because it is part of my lesson, that would be permissible.
And I guess to Tracy's point, is it just on the Chromebooks? Because could they pull out their phones and do it? Because there's also a policy that doesn't allow them to use their phones.
Yeah, they don't have access to their phones now. So that's,
So,
Well, high school does currently,
but, yeah,
Only
on
on the
so this is
Not
implying that it's only on CSD devices.
Yes. that's
CSE issued device.
Equipment, services, internet that is operated on, leased, and made available.
Right. Thank you for that feedback. We will,
So adding the minor revision of the definition of social media.
Yeah, good luck.
yeah. Do you want to put some boundaries around that? I mean, like, does it exist even? Is there a common legal
Mhm.
definition of what social media
This
constitutes?
gets around it by saying that the school should provide a list of appropriate ones or non-appropriate ones. I just envision a student going on, given an assignment and then stumbles their way onto Reddit because that has a good answer. Is that prohibited or not? I would want it in writing, maybe to start each school year, maybe that's how you approach it. Delegate it to the school coming up with a list of appropriate things. Another alternative is just explicitly ban 4 or 5 of them, like in the classroom, you know, whatever. That would be another potential approach to it. And I'm sure we're not the only people battling with defining.
If I may,
Jill.
SB 351 does have a definition of social media platform within it. It's linked to another code section, so we'll have to review that code section, but it has links in it.
All right, let's just make sure that link exists in ours, yeah.
excellent. All right, next, I will invite discussion on D, financial management policies.
So we're going to move this to first read, minor revision.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I have those
it'll be first reading with the minor revision. Next, on the financial management policies. This year, as part of good policy practice, we are reviewing existing policies that have been in place since the 2022-2023 school year with no updates. During the 2022-2023 school year, the policy manual was rebuilt. This work was supported by the Georgia School Boards Association, GSBA. The majority of the policies adopted at that time were based on the GSBA model policies. However, regular policy review is consistent with our policy BB, policy development, and also contributes to Strategic Accelerator 4. We have 6 D policies for discussion. The 7th policy on this list, DJE purchasing, has already been discussed and was approved for first read in December. It is currently available for public comment via Zoom. Each of these 6 financial management policies were reviewed by finance staff and the legal team, and no revisions were identified. Since the December meeting, board members were presented with an environmental scan of these policies and a comparison of our policies with those of other districts. We will at a time so that board members can consider whether they have any recommendations for each policy. For each policy, we will make one of 3 determinations. If it is determined that no changes are needed, the policy can be added to the regular board meeting agenda in February to acknowledge the review and approve an update to the last review date. 2, if it is determined that minor revisions are needed, the policy will be added to the work session agenda in February. A redlined version will be presented with a recommendation for first read. Or 3, if it is determined that more discussion time is needed, then the policy can be added to the pre-work agenda in February to allow for this discussion. I have invited Dr. Lonita Broom, Chief Financial Officer, to join me as a subject matter expert on these policies. First is DCK, Level of Budgetary Control. I'd like to invite discussion at this time.
I have one. Oh, is this for me or?
Yeah.
Sorry. I have one question. And I can't say that other school districts are doing this, but does substantial deviation need some type of objective descriptor, like a percentage or an amount? It's in the last sentence, the superintendent shall provide timely notice to the board of any actual or anticipated substantial deviations from the adopted budget.
We provide a monthly budget, literally a monthly budget report, so.
So,
And that,
so
and that.
currently it's been interpreted as any,
Yeah, really, we
Okay.
we'll let you know,
but Tracy is correct.
yeah.
I would hate for someone to feel comfortable, Dr. Broom would never, but we are talking about policies here, saying, well, I didn't tell you all that because it's only $100,000.
So let's do this, let's just remove the word substantial.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else on that, on DCK? All right, next is DCL, fund balance. So let me make this real clear. So for DCK, we'll move it to first read, minor revisions with the substantial eliminated at this point.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be next month in work session. And next up is DCL, fund balance. Any feedback on that?
Well, or it's just a question, and it may be for others as well. So for number 5, unassigned, the goal of the school district is to maintain as unassigned fund balance between 4% to 15% based on an annual budgeted expenditures. And I just wondered, what guides that percentage in that range?
That's the amount that the state has required.
Thank you.
The reason the state has required that is they want to make sure that we have several months of
Minimum of 2.
operatable income that we can use, yeah.
Thank you.
Minimum of 2 months.
I think in one of the other environmental scans, they had a descriptor of each of these, non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned. It didn't say what you had to do necessarily, but it kind of gave a one-liner as to what this is, what potentially falls in that category. That might be helpful.
Okay, so down lower, okay, don't need to say, we have committed and assigned, but next to each one, just a simple definition of what that means.
Yeah, I think it was in DeKalb. They just kind of said briefly, not to commit you necessarily. I think one of them was very descriptive, like this has to go here, this has to go here. I thought that was maybe a little too rigid, but at least for folks that are reading this, they may not know what committed means.
At the bottom, under responsibility, the committee. Keep going.
Yeah, I think, like I said, in the other, it was it was up here. It was just a one-liner that was right here next to
Okay.
each one. You know what I mean? Instead of down here, it was just a one-liner that was
Okay.
there.
Move
Yeah.
those
So we'll
up.
move those up and make sure each of them have a brief description.
Okay,
Mhm.
yeah.
Right, so for that one, same thing, we'll bring those revisions as a red line to work session for minor revisions first read next month. All right, now I invite discussion on DXC federal funds.
I like the federal funds. All right, finish this in oil.
You see Francis over there losing.
Yeah.
All right, so this one then, we will move to second read, there's no changes, it will just update the last reviewed by date so that we know that we've looked at it in the current. Next up is policy DFK, gifts and bequests. Any feedback?
I don't necessarily love that the board can just accept the donation. That suggesting that, if someone calls Hans and wants to donate some money, he can say like, yep, we'll take it.
You mean I shouldn't have done that?
I think there was I think it may have been DeKalb that had a lot more specificity behind this. Maybe we can just put a little bit more structure to it. It said that if somebody wanted to give, like money, they had to specify what it was going to. If they wanted to give an amount above this, it had to, like, I don't know, go to the DEF or something like that. There was just a little bit more structure to it. So maybe that's what you're
No, I
looking
did,
for.
just paragraph one, it should be the policy of the board that the board or the superintendent or designee shall accept or deny donations to the school system from any source. My reading of this is that if Tracy gets offered $1 million, he'd be like, no, I don't want it. He doesn't have to tell anyone, that's official policy. I have no idea why a board or a board member would.
No. So I think the next paragraph actually clarifies. So any donations that come to us that obligate us in some way, approved by this body. Any other donations are not brought to this body. It's the super.
But I think to James's point, that
Just
first
get rid of it.
sentence seems to be reading
Yeah.
that either we, as the board, or the superintendent, can say, yes, we want it, or no, we don't.
I think it's
We
the
can-
last, what about just, the last one says, in accordance with the following provisions. So they can do it based on these next
Yeah.
provisions listed.
Yeah.
Even then, I don't,
It's weird.
It's unnecessary. It could just say Board of Education, it should just say, is the policy of Board of Education that the superintendent or designee shall accept or deny donations. And if the board gets involved, if that donation obligates us to future operating or upkeep costs, any gift that doesn't involve future obligations, upkeep costs, can simply be approved by the superintendent or designee.
That was really fast.
That's the board.
Literally,
or-
yeah.
Okay.
I have just one question, because it is linked to the state law at the bottom, Georgia Constitution, Articles 8, 5, paragraph 6. I want legal to weigh in. I don't want us to create policies
That's fair,
that.
or legal.
And I will say, we always bring it back to legal too, so there will be times where we'll come back and say, oh, this isn't reflected, because as we looked at the statute, and Live Assembly, all of these always bring in any of the related codes and laws and things like that, so that you can link to them as well, so that's a nice feature. But what I'm hearing is maybe some clarity in that first sentence, maybe some additional specificity legal to make sure any of the proposed language is still in alignment with.
Yeah, because to Han's point, I think, all other gifts or donations may be approved by the, so it does seem to take care of itself, but then that just makes that phrase.
Any other feedback? All right, so this one will come back for first read, minor revisions next month. And then we will move on to policy DIE, fraud prevention.
All right. D, I don't hear any feedback right now, so what we will do is we'll move that one to second read next month. No changes to update the last review date. And finally, for our D policies, we have DJCB salary deductions.
None.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, so this one will also move to second read, no changes for next month. And that is that for D policies. Thank you, Dr. Broom. Now that we have tackled the D policies, we are going to repeat the same process with G personnel policies that have a last review date from the 2022-2023 school year. There are 10 G policies that meet this criteria, and you can see them listed here. Each of these policies were reviewed by Human Resources staff and the legal team. Needed revisions were identified for 8 of these policies. These policies with proposed revisions are indicated on the next. I will again invite discussion on each policy one at a time so the board can make a determination whether the policy should move to second read, first read, or be discussed again in the February pre-work session. I will briefly highlight any of the recommended changes which are captured on the redlined versions of the policies. I invited Mrs. Adina Walker, Chief of Human Resources, to join me as the subject matter expert. The GAD, Professional Learning Opportunities. There were no recommended changes to this policy. I invite any discussion at this time.
I wondered about one thing. I feel like I saw this in a few other school districts, an enumerated number of hours, and yet I can also see why a school district may not want to have that stipulated in policy. So I guess I just wondered why we don't.
A lot of times that was in coordination with the state and PSC, and PSC no longer requires us to report that, so that was something that we just waived it here.
Thank you.
Back when the PSC required the hours in order for you to renew your certification.
That's my.
I don't know.
Right, so it sounds like GAD has no revisions, so it will move to second read, no changes for next month. Next up is GAE, Complaints and Grievances. There were minor changes recommended to this. Most of it was clarity of language, as you can see in the red line version, but I invite any discussion. All right. Hearing none, this one still needs to go to first read, minor revisions for complaints and grievances because we brought forth those redlined revisions.
Yep.
Next up is GAEB, sexual harassment of employees. Minor changes were given to this, including a correction to a meaningful typo, 1 day to 10 days, and changes to ensure alignment with the current definition of supportive measures. Invite any additional questions or feedback.
I have one question. Was there a length of time specified here to when a person can or should file? Or I looked through it. I didn't know if that language is there or if it should be.
Absolutely. Normally, we try to, in alignment.
There's not.
There's none, but necessarily we look at within a year or so, but there's no specified time.
Okay, thank you.
Should there be?
She's saying that.
Yeah,
Does it
legal,
have to be?
it wasn't caught in the review, but we can look and make sure.
I don't know.
Yep.
We would have to look at the, civil definition section. I don't believe there is, but.
Yeah, there's like very specific timelines all throughout. I just didn't.
So the only thing that jumped out to me on this one, generally I really prefer having definitions, but sexual harassment is such like a concrete legal thing in and of itself I just want to make sure that we are referencing some sort of standard legally understood definition of this and not making it up ourselves, right? Like, what, is this in state law? Like, how are we determining this language? And can we just make sure we have that reference?
Yeah, I will defer to legal, but I feel very confident that they would have pulled the definition or been consistent with that.
Yeah. I just wanted to clarify. Make sure that's okay, too.
One comment I had too, because I know that this policy parallels the student policy, and it can get complicated if you have a student who's an employee or vice versa. Maybe we should reference both. It seems like they both kind of run parallel with the same definitions.
Wait, are you saying that we need to make sure the definitions are the same?
They
or-
are. I mean, I read both just to compare. Title IX applies to both
Yeah.
employees and students, and so you might have a student on student, which, you know, would be the student policy, but you might have a occupation against an employee versus a student, and so they kind of run parallel. And then if it's an employee, you know, there's Title VII, which is employment law. I know it's getting legal, but.
No. So I'm just trying to understand what the suggested change or request is.
I guess referencing also the policy that we have related to sexual harassment, because they run.
Normally, we don't necessarily do that because these are personnel policies. We would have that separate with the student, but like you said, it is mainly in alignment with the same language.
Right.
And we try to do that, mirror that language, but we mostly keep that.
Yeah, because it can get confusing if you're a student thinking, which one does it go to? But
Yeah.
when it's an employee, you know, there are more obligations.
Yes, I think because this is a G policy, so the way the policy manual is organized through GSBA is that this is the personnel policy. I love that you've looked and it's mirrored and we're correct and in line with our student policy as well. And I get that there's a lot of overlap because this one doesn't address students because it is a policy code G, which by definition through GSBA is a personnel product. So I don't know if I can look and see if it's like referenced in the automatic.
What it does link to is JGI, which is child abuse or neglect, because that is the responsibility of the employee. Because this is the G policy is for the employee side.
But it doesn't represent a reference to JCAC. I think it's the sexual harassment one, which I would suggest.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I can't control on my side which ones pull in and are sub-referenced in like the footer, if you will. That's all done through GSBA. I would be more than happy to speak with them about, you know, that decision. Or if you wanted a line in here that says, you know, for students, policy reps, we could put a line in here about the student policy, but
Yeah.
it's not really personnel,
Trying to
so.
look and figure out, okay, which one applies.
I understand. Okay, I was not
It's kind
clear.
of both.
Okay. Yeah, I think it is, so I totally get it now. So thinking it from the perspective of a parent that is wanting to understand our policy because maybe they had an issue and they find themselves in this policy and don't understand why they aren't seeing something about a student, add a line that says, if you are concerned about a student issue, here is the link to that
Well,
policy.
they can both apply, you know.
Fair, yeah.
Mhm.
But I think, I mean, I don't know, maybe this is irrelevant. If you look at Assembly, effectively, they're categorized on personnel, financial, and board. So I'm, you know, unless someone's just kind of wandering in Assembly, they're discreetly different.
Yeah,
But
J is.
now I'm getting confused as to why we want to add anything.
Oh, just, you might have a sexual harassment incident that involves both students and employees. And so, in those situations, it's good to know that both of them apply.
I see.
We will draft some language to send to you all to make sure we capture the spirit of what you're saying, and then we will bring the red lines that currently exist along with that piece of red line, to first read next month for the revision. All right, so then next up is, GAK1, criminal background check. This had minor changes, mostly to include clarity of language for independent contractor background checks. All right? So this one we will move to, we will put on first read because of the red lines we brought to you, because there are changes to the policy. All right, next up is GANA, infectious diseases. This had minor changes, including the addition of PPE and some language around student infectious diseases.
So can I just ask a question about Susan? I like it, but I just want to make sure I understand it. So, you know, in the event that, I don't know, there's a super flu raging and it's determined that through the air and particles, it says that a mask could be used or some kind of air filtration system or whatever the superintendent decides is in the best interest of the students and staff.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, can we go back to the criminal background check? Took me a second to find it. In the first paragraph, it mentions volunteers. And I know, because, you know, I've been in the school a lot, I think, you know, in asking questions, this really has to do with volunteers who are overnight, right? Not every single one. So I'm wondering if we can, specify.
Yeah, great question. We had a good discussion about this between ourselves and also with the legal team.
Okay.
And I think there is a need for some additional clarity around volunteers. We had the conversation, however, that it belongs probably in a different policy because, once again, this is a personnel policy.
That makes sense.
So we've begun to do some research about where other districts house this, for example, in visitors to schools or in volunteer. And so it lives in a couple different places and others. So staff has kind of recognized that to bring to the board for possible future policy considerations as well. But the decision, because this is that G policy in the policy manual that we kind of just talked about, is that it wouldn't necessarily belong here.
So we'll take out and volunteers from this?
For this policy,
Right up here.
yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
I think it's because it's still talking about full-time and part-time. So, yes.
Well, wait, I mean, but we are going, in some cases, going to be conducting criminal background checks for volunteers.
But it's
And,
just,
Yeah.
and so we need to leave the volunteers in this.
But it doesn't make sense to me because a volunteer isn't a paid employee. Like, someone who's showing up to donate books isn't getting paid. So if this is a personnel policy, why do we have volunteer in here at all?
Because there are volunteer personnel, like assistant football coaches or assistant debate coaches
For
or
people that,
band instructors.
they have
full-time.
contact with
They're
children.
more-
So.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
what the clarification she gave is under the rubric of personnel, there
Yeah.
are volunteer personnel where we would
Okay.
want our assistant debate coach to have a background check
Yeah.
because they're spending
Right.
substantial time with
Okay.
children. This does not include non-personnel volunteers like your dad at the marshmallow roast at
so should we say including temporary employees and personnel volunteers, just so that we're clear? Got it.
Although,
Got it.
Because they're not employed,
okay, but then
you need to clarify that. Yeah.
that doesn't compel us.
Correct.
Well, no, I'm just wondering.
No, but I think the crux of it is that how the background check is handled should still be the same.
Sure.
So like the debate coach versus
Right.
dad coming to the classroom for a day is
Yeah.
different.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right, so that doesn't change our action on that, so I'm filling out the chart, so that will still be a first read minor revision. And then we had started our conversation on GANA. Any other discussion on GANA infectious diseases?
Are lice an infectious disease?
Good God, yes.
There's,
Non-pathogenic infection, but I
Cold
just,
is infectious disease. I had this, question too, but I think there's some reference to the state
Yeah.
definition. You can't be informing everybody about every little cold.
So infectious disease as 03 has specific definitions around infectious disease as an illness due to an infectious agent or its toxic product, which is transferred to a person from an infected person There's a whole lot of other definitions in here, but that's the definition.
In worms.
It talks about CD.
To be clear, I really like the policy and think that everything about it makes sense to me, except for I don't know, are we immediately notifying the student an appropriate medical evaluation that we have suspicion of lice?
Well, I mean, I think what we're saying is that we are designating the superintendent, authorizing the superintendent to develop procedures around it. It doesn't have to be called out in the policy, but the superintendent can create that level of detail.
And she has to look back at these particular rules to figure out how to do so. So
Mhm.
things like board member areas, life is handled differently.
But it says shall require the following actions, which includes notifying.
Based on guidelines or
Based on
recommendations from the
based on the
CDC.
previous guidelines.
Yeah.
That's more limited.
It
You're a
depends,
pediatrician.
it depends on what it is. Some require immediate removal from schools, some require EMS, some require just notifying parents by letter.
It's not everything,
Depends on what it is.
narrow.
Yeah, depends on what it is.
I do have a question now, and only because Ella brought it up. So the way it's written, require the following actions, does that imply all, or is it that the actions in this order? So otherwise, I think back to James's question, you get to number 5 and like, you know,
But that's fine, that's,
I don't really know if it matters, I'm just wondering the way it's written. No one else?
I mean, I will say, this one emerged from the GSBA model policy, and legal has reviewed it, so like, within my scope of expertise, I defer to those policies and legal team. If they haven't caught it, I usually feel pretty good about it. All right, so this will be first read, minor revisions, given the red line. And we will move on to GBC. Professional personnel recruitment, there were minor changes, including language adjustments to align with federal compliance of protected classes.
I have a question with this one in the 3rd paragraph. So available certificated positions shall be announced in writing within the school system and submitted to a statewide online job database. Is there a time frame? Is it an hour, a week, a month? Like,
Into the position too. So whenever we have an open position, that is sent to Teach Georgia, and that is that public database that we submit to.
but is it standard to at least have a certain amount of time for which a job is posted? Because right now it's just saying it's announced in writing, and that could be announce it today, gone tomorrow.
Absolutely. For our local posting on our website, we do at least 7 days for that. But like I said, until the position is filled, but that is the minimum amount.
So the 7 days is a practice, not a policy.
Correct.
So we have to meet at a minimum the federal standard. Are we able to exceed it?
Sorry, I missed that. So the federal standard is 7 days?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was my bad. Let me clarify. The recruitment and selection of personnel shall be conducted in such a manner as to ensure non-discrimination on the basis of sex, race, color, national origin, religion, age, or disability. That is spelled out in the, whatever the EEOC standards are. Those are the protected classes, right? So that's the minimum. So this is our policy. Are we allowed to exceed the minimum? If we wanted to put sexual orientation in there, if we wanted to put other things in there. Is that, so I'm looking to legal right now to make sure that it's okay to do that. Jill? Sorry.
Violate state law.
Yeah, currently, sexual orientation falls within the definition of gender. I think one of our Supreme Court cases highlighted that. So it would already fall in within. I'm gonna add gender, I don't see that.
That's what I'm saying, gender.
Yeah, gender falls within sex, and sexual orientation falls within gender.
I think
So it'd be all-
specifying it would be nice so that.
So there, legally, sexual orientation falls under gender? Everything I have ever understood is that gender orientation and sexual orientation are two very separate things.
This is the way the law is written.
I know. But this is our policy.
Yeah, sexual orientation falls.
I'd be open to being explicit about it, as long as we were able to be.
I like to,
Can we be explicit about it?
Can we add those specifically?
We can take it, under advisement, and we'll provide you with some feedback on that.
What we take under advisement, I would like to add sexual or gender identification as a class that we will not discriminate against.
don't we have that in our school student policy?
Sure, but I'd rather,
I agree, it should be there too. Yeah.
All right, we will add this to first read minor revisions for next month, and we will follow up. All right, next is GBIA, Teacher Evaluation Appeals. Minor changes were made for clarity of language, specifically on the second level review process. There was also there was something about when it was effective, which actually didn't make sense for when this was adopted, so just some cleaning up of the policy as well. Any feedback?
I guess my one question here is, it's teacher by job. So, you know, I ask this all the time because we have maybe 513 teachers, but, you know, that can be a coordinator, that can be, you know, X position. So is this roster teacher or all employees called teachers?
My understanding, it would be part of your job title, so classroom teacher under that, or you evaluate it on the instructional level.
is this something you'd want to have more explicitly called out, like that definition more explicitly?
Well, I think it invited, and I don't know if this is relevant to the policy at this point, but it just invited those questions for me because, again, we have like teacher by funding, but then you have job title by position, and so.
And then also I can really say is under the team.
Okay.
All right, so we will bring the existing red lines to first read next month. All right, next up is GBRC, professional personnel workloads. There were no recommended changes to this, but I invite any board feedback.
I have some. And I looked at others, so I don't know if there's anything actionable to put here, but I am just gonna kind of throw it out because, you know, for the most part, the school day is largely what it was in the 50s, even though we have online or we have regrade or, so I would love to understand more of how teachers in particular, like your school-based employees who have the most limited resource possible at times, which is time, right? How that workload, and maybe that's veering into operations, and so then I just need to be quiet. But it's a pretty, you know, broad workload. It's your job.
It's pretty much twofold because when you're looking at teachers, that is a professional career and that is really under the Fair Labor Standards Act. And so that is what makes them that exempt status until however many hours it takes to complete the position or job with responsibilities. That is why it's under that workload.
Thank you.
All right, there are no red lines to this, so we will bring it to second read to update the last review date next month. All right, next up is GBRIG, Federal Family and Medical Leave Act. There were changes for additional clarity and specificity throughout the policy. There are some additions of new sections at the end. This was prohibition on retaliation, confidentiality of records, and fraud and misuse of FMLA leave. I invite any board feedback on this policy.
I'm looking at letter H. I guess it's just a little bit confused why there are special provisions for instructional employees. So I kind of go back to that thing where it appears that an instructional employee has a different application of this than a so this is certified or all certified and classified.
And a lot of times it's with the continuity of the students in the classroom. So if you have someone that's been out for the most of the time, and then you're coming back at the end of the semester, it's just best for that continuous of learning of that same person that's been in the classroom, that if disruption of instruction is there, that's where they're with each other, protect the students and.
Yeah, no, I get that. I guess I just wondered, so like a different employee who doesn't fall into the instructional category gets to use it, but a teacher doesn't?
If you use the FMLA.
Well, so it says here, when an instructional employee seeks intermittent leave or leave on a reduced schedule in connection with a family or personal serious health condition, or to care for a covered service member that would constitute at least 20% of the total number of working days. So it seems like there's an identified percentage of work time missed, but only for instructional employees.
Like I said, that is really as the time you look at 1 and 2.
Uh-huh.
The leave will last, till the last 3 weeks or returning during that last period, grading period. But it doesn't discriminate as far as who can be able to use the FMLA policy.
Okay.
It's the same provisions under, if it falls at the end of a semester, it would be best for the students to continue with the instruction that they are.
All right, this will be added to first read for next month with the revision. And last is GCRD, classified personnel overtime pay. There were minor changes recommended for clarification. Any feedback? All right, then this policy will also be added for next month. Thank you for your engagement and discussion. Are there any further questions about the pre-work policy today? Thank you.
I don't.
The following.
All right.
Thank you, Mrs. Lynch. To summarize, we discussed many policies during today's pre-work session. Based on the discussion, we will move to second read with no changes for next board meeting. The following policies. Hold on. Second read, okay. DFG federal funds, DIE fraud prevention, DJCB salary deductions, GAD professional learning opportunities, GBRC professional personnel workloads. Based on the discussion, we expect to see the following policies for first read next month with minor revisions in our work session. IFBG internet acceptable use, DCK level of budgetary control, DCL fund balance, DFK gifts and bequests, GAE complaints and grievances, GAEB sexual harassment of employees, GAK criminal background check, GANA infectious diseases, GBC professional personnel recruitment, GBIA teacher evaluation appeals, GBRIG Federal Family and Medical Leave Act, GCRD classified personnel overtime pay. And based on our discussion, we will not continue, let's see, hold on. Based on our discussion, we will not continue any policies to our pre-work next month. Did I get that right?
Yes, no
Okay.
more pre-work.
Okay. All right. Thank you, board members, for your engagement. Last month, we hoped to engage in our board self-assessment, but we will move that to our board retreat on February 24th. Board members, please complete the self-assessment in assembly prior to the retreat. Following our self-assessment, we will also request that an exemplary committee conduct an assessment. We will review their recommendations for further consideration in the spring. This is aligned with the Georgia School Board Association's criteria for exemplary board recognition. There being no further business, this pre-work session is adjourned at 3:11 p.m. We will begin our work session at 3:25. We will now call this work session to order at 3:24 p.m. Thank you for joining us today for our monthly work session. Work sessions are designed for in-depth discussion, study, and planning regarding and upcoming decisions. Many items are presented in a work session inform future board meeting agenda items such as consent agenda. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the first presentation.
Thank you, Chair Sultan. I would like to call on Mrs. Adina Walker, Chief Human Resources Officer, to present an update on FY27 compensation plan.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Utz, other esteemed members of the board, Representative Batra, Superintendent Dr. Gina Whitaker. Today's presentation continues our work in year 3 of the 5-year strategic plan that represents part 2 of our compensation reform process. The compensation first look was introduced at the November Board of Education retreat. At this time, we will review salary rankings and compensation options for both teacher and non-teacher positions to ensure competitiveness. In this next phase, we are presenting the cost of living adjustment, also known as COLA, Proposal options that are built upon the board's compensation priorities to ensure all employees are competitively compensated and positioned within the top quartile of total compensation, inclusive of the district's contribution to health care, Social Security, TRS, and Medicare. The compensation process aligns with the strategic accelerator, cultivating and retaining high-quality professionals. As we move forward, focus on compensation reform, it's important to reflect on a historical look back of salary increases across all certificate levels. From FY23 to FY24, increases were minimal and largely subsidized by the state. However, in the beginning of FY24, under the leadership of our current administration and board, we have seen significant increases across all certificate levels, representing some of the most substantial compensation investments in the past decade. As shown in the chart to the right, each certificate level has increased by nearly $10,000, with notable percentage gains, in addition to eligible step increases. This progress reflects the board and this administration's continued commitment to competitive compensation and sustained priority in this area. In year 3, our salary-only ranking among metro area districts has improved from 8 out of 9 to 5 out of 9, reflecting significant gains in a relatively short amount of time. Our continued goal is to position total compensation within the top quartile among metro area districts within our RESA cohort. In alignment with the goals of the strategic plan, this chart illustrates our current FY26 current total compensation by certificate level in years of service. The numbers at the top of the box reflect the numbers of certificated staff paid on the teacher scale within each subgroup. As shown in the center boxes, there are 512 total certificated employees, of which 439 are classroom teachers. The remaining certificated employees may include instructional coaches, psychologists, social workers, and counselors. Currently, at the entry level, bachelor's and master's degree holders rank 1 out of 9, while master's and doctorate holders rank 3 out of 9. For mid-career educators who hold a bachelor's and master's degree, they rank 3 out of 9, placing them within the top quartile. Meanwhile, master's and doctorate holders are just shy of our top quartile goal. That rank 4 out of 9. At the top of the scale, bachelor's, master's, and specialist levels rank 4 out of 9, with doctorate holders ranking 3 out of 9. Here's an overview of the considerations and priorities for FY27, which are to give all staff between 2% and a 3% COLA increase, give all eligible staff a step increase along with the COLA, look at positions for the lowest ranking and prioritize these positions. This year we are focusing on bus drivers who currently rank 6 out of 9 and K-2 school managers who rank 8 out of 9. To increase transportation hourly rates to be more competitive with other local districts, and to adjust salaries to ensure market competitiveness and support internal equity. Although the proposed COLA applies to all employees, we always ensure that we look closely at our teachers and where they rank when considering COLA options for the upcoming fiscal year. We will examine the 3% options and their impact on the teacher compensation rankings. Here we show the teacher total compensation rankings with a proposed 2% COLA increase for our district. The rankings reflect where CSD will fall by certificate level in years of service, assuming that all other districts listed remain the same. The blue box on the right summarizes the ranking for certificate level with the highlighted rankings indicating categories that have improved. At the entry level, specialists have improved from 3 out of 9 to 2 out of 9. For mid-career educators, which are around 12 years of service, specialists and doctorate holders improved from 4 out of 9 to 3 out of 9. And at the top of the scale, 25 years and beyond, bachelor's, master's, and specialist levels improves from 4 out of 9 to 3 out of 9. Here we show the total compensation rankings with the proposed 3% COLA for our district. Under this option, specialists join the bachelor's and master's degree levels, which are all ranked 1 out of 9 with this proposed increase. Mid-year teachers remain consistent across all certificate levels, ranking 3 out of 9, while the top of the scale bachelor's and master's degree levels improve further to 2 out of 9. Under both 2% and 3% COLA proposals, all certificate levels are positioned within the top quartile among metro area districts, which is working toward our goal of compensation goals. As outlined in the annual priority for the strategic plan, we have consistently focused on job categories that are less competitive within the metro area. In year 3, our focus is on K-2 school managers due to expanded responsibilities and bus drivers given current market competitive challenges. Here, this slide represents the level setting options for bus drivers. During the November board retreat, we reviewed options of $1.50 per hour and $2 per hour increase. Based on the board's priority to ensure transportation staff are competitively ranked, there was a consensus that the $2 an hour or $4 an hour increase would be more appropriate options. $2 per hour option is $37,157. This slide highlights the $4 per hour option while illustrating the salary-only financial impact of both options for comparison. This is a level set adjustment, meaning that it will be applied in addition to the COLA and any eligible step increases. The boxes below reflect the total compensation rankings for both options, assuming that other districts remain the same. Here we show the K-2 school manager level setting proposal, which moves these positions to the OS5 salary scale to better align compensation with their current duties and responsibilities. Level setting amount for this option is $24,548. This amount is in addition to the COLA and any eligible step increase. The box below again reflects the total compensation rankings, assuming that other districts again are remaining unchanged. The board's request, this slide represents the administrative compensation rankings for district leaders, including principals and assistant principals, as well as executive cabinet, including assistant superintendents and the deputy superintendent. Each table reflects total compensation for those respective roles. To provide additional and more comparative variables, the tables also include daily rates based on contracted work days and whether the districts offer paid vacation for each position. Paid vacation, if this paid vacation is offered, the tables also reflect the minimal accrued annual vacation days with a plus sign indicating a graduated scale of additional accrued vacation days are applied depending on the years of service within that district. There are currently 3 off-contract metro area districts where compensation is annualized with unpaid school breaks, which are CSD, Rockville, and Clayton. As illustrated, this category holds the 9th position out of 9 among our peer districts. This indicates that none of our administrative categories currently fulfill the board's objective of having positions ranked within the top quartile of school districts in the metro area. Here are all the options that have been presented. This slide provides the summary of proposed investments for FY27 compensation reform, including both COLA proposals, the bus driver hourly increase option, and the K-2 school managers moving to the OS5 scale, and the continued differentiated pay for adaptive special education teachers and paraprofessionals. So here are the 2 proposed high-level options. The The most conservative option includes the 2% COLA district-wide, a $2 per hour bus driver level set, and all other proposed increases with an estimated salary cost of approximately $1.8 million. The most aggressive option includes a 3% COLA district-wide, a 4% bus driver level set, and all other proposed increases with an estimated salary-only cost of just over $2 million prior to benefits. The next step in our compensation review, during today's work session, the board will assess compensation options for teachers, non-teachers positions, specific support job categories, and increased differentiated SPED teacher and paraprofessional salary schedules, and assess affordability and sustainability for options and compensation priorities. This information will then be shared with the finance department for analysis of the overall budget impact. Dr. Broom will return in March with the first draft budget presentation that includes the total compensated estimated cost as a part of the overall budget presentation. Thank you, and at this time, I'm available to answer questions you may have.
I've got a few, and maybe they're for everyone as well. So I was looking at the FY 2027 budget feedback. I think I tallied about 70 people. So thank you for anyone who put your comments in. And one person asked, I think they identified as a teacher, I think something that I tried to ask last year, which is, can we please not compare our increase to the existing salaries, because when we do so, it can be kind of misleading, right? So I understand factually, we can't know what any of the other districts are doing, but when we present this, it gives a different impression, right? So, y'all tell me what you saw, but I was looking at that one slide where you were showing where we move up, right? And I guess it's slide 5. Okay, so slide 5 is total compensation where we are now, right? And then, so, I see a lot of, for the most part, like, right, when we look at beginning teacher with a bachelor's or a beginning teacher with a master's, we're first. But pretty much everywhere else, we're third or fourth. And when we start looking at what this could look like with 2% or 3%, so now we go to slide 8, it looks to me like we're just kind of maintaining the status quo. We're still like third. Maybe we move up one line. And I think to the person's question, put it in there, that's with 2026 salaries. So we're still going to be third and fourth next year is what it appears. This is what I asked last year, and I feel like I'm looking at the same thing again. And so I just want to know why, and this may be a question for my fellow board members, this is the best way to look at these compensation rankings, because when we go back to the first slide that compared FY23 to FY24 to FY25, it looks good, right? Wow, $11,000 more dollars or $10,000 more dollars. But if I did the math, a teacher with a master's who starts at $54,000 in FY23, it looks like we've doubled the COLA. And maybe that is a good thing, right? If the COLA increase is typically 3%, or we're looking at a possibility. And so I just feel like I'm just kind of moving the deck chairs. Like we're still hovering in the same kind of lane with the teacher compensation. So I've articulated that.
So there's ways to look at it. The first one was the raw data, which the tone changed a little bit.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that. So,
Okay.
I mean, concretely, brand new, got my MA, I want to become a teacher. FY23, you made 54. And FY17, you made 48. FY26, you made 65, period. I don't need to compare that to anyone. Agreed?
Oh, yeah, beginning teacher, absolutely. You're going to get more money when you start. Yes, I agree.
All of them have gone through large jumps like that. Yeah, all of them.
Right. But Emma, or tell me if I'm reading this incorrectly, if you just took that starting salary, right, be the first one, I guess.
Yeah.
And you add a 3% increase, and then you add a 3% increase the next year, and so I believe you're looking at like $1,600 a year, right? So I'm just trying to figure out, is it really,
But you also have to look at your steps.
Yeah,
You're
because
not getting
starting
your
teachers,
steps. You're not
Okay.
getting the same steps.
starting teachers no longer starting teachers. And now, what you were just saying, the 3%, that's in addition to moving down. If a starting teacher was still a starting teacher, they would still make $12,000. They've also got a step increase, which averages 3 or 4%, which we went over last year,
Okay.
to it. So in theory, that fifth-year teacher does not have a $12,000 increase in their take-home. Their increase in their take-home is $12,000 plus 4% every year for the last 4 years.
so you have the 12,000 and then it's 4% each year?
On top of that. Yes.
I think also to Board Member Herndon's point is that it's two different comparators here. We could look at kind of the same position year over year over year and see how they've grown, or we can look at one comparison compared to other districts. And I do agree, it is hard to look at where we fall with other districts when we don't know if they're going to raise, you know, throw 2%, 3%, a 2% COLA plus a 2% raise, like we just simply don't know. But it is what we have. And she did say multiple times, that's assuming this is assuming where they are. But I think, you know, when other districts present their compensation data, they're looking at us the same way. They're looking at where we stand right now. So I appreciate that it does have a limitation, but it's the data that we have from other districts. They're not going to tell us.
Well, to finish my thought, I think you look at the first one. That's great. I'm very excited that a starting teacher makes $60,000.
I agree.
And I'm very excited that I did it, and I hate these slides because you can't read it, but like, I looked at it for myself. If I was a 12th year with my master's, if I had studied in teaching, I'd be making about $93,000 as a teacher right now. I'm going to be honest, my response to that is regret. To their point, comparing it to other districts is tough because they will always move.
Yeah.
But that's what we want to do. We want to be competitive, and we can't wait until some districts will give 12%. The coolest part about this, holistically, Trey, is teachers, you know, and then I'm not still in it like you are, as teachers, it's really cool that starting teacher in Atlanta now makes $60,000. Like everyone is rising. Like that is a good thing overall. If they hadn't moved and we were paying $60,000, we would have every teacher in the entire state would be running to Decatur. Thankfully, we're pushing them along as well, and so we've got to keep doing it. And but to their point and yours, you're right. Next year, this says we were second of two. If Marietta City just decides to back a Brinks truck up to new teachers, we may drop below them again.
What I'd like to do, if we look at slide 5 really quickly, which is where we're at now, right?
Yeah.
You know, the difference between a 2 or 3% raise is relatively small. I mean, I don't relatively small, but in either scenario, whether or not other districts move, we aren't really moving the big bulk of the teachers up, right? That master's, the second row, second column, master's degree teachers with, I forget what that is, 5 years experience, what is that?
That was
Middle
10, I thought
of
the
the
boxes were 10, 10, and 10.
10, 10, 10.
Am I wrong?
It's not necessarily, we're looking at for the first row, beginning, and then the middle row is starting at 12 years.
Years with the master's degree is 133 teachers. That's our biggest grouping of teachers. How do we move them up to the top without turning our entry-level teachers into $120,000 a year positions, right? And I think the answer there, if I'm not mistaken, is that we need to start cleaning some of the steps up that's between these positions. And so I think we've done a really, really good job on providing a very significant starting base, and we've made some, I think, pleasant movement for some of these larger groups, but I think it's time now to start looking at, rather than across the board large raises, start figuring out how to clean those steps up so that all of those groupings are at the top, with a particular focus on the largest number of them with that master's, right? And so My general index is to think of a smaller COLA and clean those stuffs up. And the net impact to the teachers, the largest number of teachers, would be a pretty substantial pay change. And it would move some of those groups up so that they're more competitive across other districts. And so that's my basic feedback right here, is I'd like to see us start looking at some of those numbers. And what I also recognize, when you start moving things around for 133 teachers, you're millions of dollars. You start playing around with lots of money. And so we need to know kind of what that looks like. It's probably a multi-year process, not a one-year process, but that, I think it's time to start that conversation.
I agree. I think the other issue to tackle is some of your principals, like your middle school principals, your high school principals, they're just way at the bottom. I think we talked about this briefly at the board retreat, even your elementary school principals, they're way, principals, in the elementary schools, all of them. Although they're not as large a number as the individuals we just talked about, the chiefs that are sitting in here, they're way at the bottom. I never liked the conversation that in order to give teachers raises, administrators have to take a pay cut. I think it's a both and, not an either or. But, I think especially like looking at your principals, I think it's a conversation we need to have to make sure that they are getting the raises and the compensation that they deserve as well.
I don't know if this part can be answered, but if we go back to 5, because I don't think it's pretty clear, we have is it 8 or 9? I'm so tired, schools with principals. But, and I hate to be a stickler about this, but it is important. So we have a teacher here, and I think I tallied 512. But I believe we have 445, I can't remember the number, don't quote me, classroom teachers. Those are the teachers with rostered students. So I'm just curious about these salaries, because the classroom teachers have, I believe, 190 calendar workday. But some of those other teachers have an additional month. So where is this like average salary, or how does that work?
Yeah, this is all the teacher salary, but if they have additional work days, and those are calculated with those additional work days on a daily rate.
So then, I'm sorry, maybe I'm just not seeing it. Where do they fall in this? So we're comparing the COG teacher and the DeKalb teacher, and to my knowledge, all Metro school districts have the same number of calendar work days, which is different from what we're looking at the administrative. But so where are those non-classroom teachers, but teachers without rosters, where do they fit in this?
They are on the teacher's list.
Okay, but then they're getting an additional month's pay in addition to the salary we're seeing there, if they work.
Well, you have to remember, if we're a 190 employee, they have accrued time too, so they're being paid for all 12 months.
Sure.
They're just not working those 12 months. So you have accrued pay.
Right.
Anytime you get paid,
Yeah.
there's money put aside for those summer months.
Oh, yeah, no, I totally understand that, but
They're not like they're not getting.
But this is a reflection of the 190-day scale.
Right.
Right.
Some of the people that are in this 190-day scale do actually work, not accrue.
225 days.
Yeah, but so this is only reflective of the 190-day scale. And so it is apples to apples in the way that we're talking about it. We just happen to know that somebody that might be in one of those positions that works that extra month gets another, I don't know, whatever that amount
I just
is.
wonder where that ranking falls. So if it's not in the admin comparison, is it here in the teacher salary?
The state of Georgia requires that this is published for 190 days.
Yeah.
Teacher salary, when you call it a teacher salary, you're just pulling that down.
Yeah, yeah. What would be required, like, for us to get some options on step cleanup? Like, what I'm not wanting to do is accidentally sign you up for a monstrous load of work between now and next. You know what I mean? Like, if we need to bring a compensation study team in or something, like, what is going to be required to actually put together a potentially multi-year step cleanup plan that we can start evaluating this year.
It's just that, bringing somebody in, and we do work with some of our consultants, our compensation consultants, looking at the different areas, districts, and looking at those pay scales. That's why we got, for the last couple of years, we presented those cleanups and amounts between the scales. We can take the current scales now and just apply what we have already done in previous compensation studies and see how much it would really cost, salary only, and then work with the finance team and get that overall amount when you're talking about the increased amount for benefits as well.
So, I mean, I guess my question.
I think you're trying to, do you want to pick a scale and then go for cleanup? Or, like, so when I say pick a scale, you have the T4, T5, T6, T7, and a multi-year process of you're cleaning up one scale.
So if I were to
your
say,
question?
take the column, 133 teachers who are sitting in third place on this scale. And to Tracy's point, we don't know what other groups are going to do, but if we said we're going to make whatever cleanup decisions we need to do that moves them into the second position, all right, that's going to be a salary increase, and it's going to be a salary increase on a quarter of our teachers, basically. How does that propagate through the rest of the scales, and what's that dollar amount?
Exactly, because what I don't want is for our skills to start collapsing.
Oh, no, I get, you have to, and you know, so if it's a $5 million change, maybe we figure out how to do 2 of that this year. But you know what I mean? And we look at it as a 3-year process. But what would that look like?
So let's take a yellow or orange across as a scale.
I mean, I wrote that down as something, I really have it written down here for a multi-year thing, because part of that is to create an incentive for teachers to get additional certification, which we all are on board for. So announcing that is where we're heading and what we're going to do. If I heard about it as a teacher, I may spend my summer working on that specialist degree, which I otherwise might not find the time for. But I do think that is a priority.
Yeah, it's that and it's retention, right? I mean, because that's longevity. And so I think that serves all of our needs. I right now, I have no idea if we're talking about a $2 million change or a $10 million change. And so it would be good to have some kind of understanding of the scale so that we can start making some decisions.
All right, so getting an understanding, really looking at that master's degree, that T5 scale, and middle of the career focus in there.
Yeah, move them up a position.
But is only the masters, just, I mean, if you.
Well, no.
Okay.
If we move the masters, it's going to propagate through everything else so that you keep the right distancing between scales. But if we say, hey, this is a quarter of our teachers are in this bucket, we want to move them up comparatively. What does that mean that we have to do to all of the other buckets? And what's the dollar amount for that fix? And the high probability, well, I don't want to say that. I don't actually have the information. There is a chance that we're not going to be able to afford to move an entire position up. But let's put the multi-year plan in place so that we know what that'll be over the next couple of years.
Yeah. Who will move when and knowing
And
that.
how in that order. Yeah. The goal, I think we've done, in short, I think we've done a very good job on upfront salary changes and consistent COLAs, so that our entry-level folks are number one in the district, in the RESA area. Very, very competitive for bringing on early teachers. Let's push a pause on accelerating there. It's now time to actually look at the longer tenured and career teachers and start moving them up in a structured way as well.
So, looking at slide 15. Ashton was trying to get himself ready for the next one. Okay.
So out of the gate, I want to do the bus drivers at 4. But I don't know what I want the COLA to be, unless I know what the costs of those step changes are going to be.
Great. Okay. I just wanted to get the clarification specifically on that bus driver piece. because all of that.
So let's get, I'm on the record,
I
going to nod as well.
Yeah,
Like, that's not-
I'm good. Yeah.
You guys are, everybody's okay with $4 with the, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
Okay.
bus driver option 2, I think, is reasonable and reasonable.
And the school manager,
Correct.
Yeah.
all that too, okay. Just
Yeah,
wanna-
and let's say all the, and the special ed and the paraprofessionals.
Yes,
Those
to
all-
go
Yeah.
back go back one so that they can all sit, yes. So the $2,000 supplement is what we've done in the past and all of that stuff. Okay.
Alrighty, and so all of that is to go, and then for the COLA, that would be on pause until we bring back the options of.
What those step fixes might be.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, just to clarify, you're asking, which I understand, you're asking for her to kind of smooth out the steps, looking at the masters, teachers, kind of as your first cohort, right?
That's what I'm asking.
That's your ask, right?
Well, so with the understanding that fixing that cohort is going to propagate into all of the others, right? Because you do want there to be some evenness from those steps, right? But in other words, it's not going to be going into that center box of the 133 teachers and moving them up a bucket and then nothing happens for anybody else. You start getting really uneven jumps between scales. So if you move that bucket up, what has to happen to all the buckets around it in order to keep those scales fairly consistent? And that ends up being pay increases for everybody else.
Such that they may not need this. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's
Got it.
exactly what I'm saying.
Okay,
It may not, or maybe we want to do a 1% COLA.
Plus that.
Because we'll do a COLA that's a $500,000, but then there's a $2.5 million salary change because of the step. I don't know what those numbers are.
I just wanted to clarify for people who were listening that we weren't saying that only that group was going to get an adjustment, and then the other groups surrounding it would not get a COLA. That could have been.
Yes, no, that.
Okay.
I did hear you say something about you want the optimal position would be second out of 9 for those, the master scale.
Well, they've been consistently for the last several years at 3. And so if we really want to make a change, so if it's a $15 million change, then, unfortunately, no, that's going to take a couple of years. But if it's a $2 million change, yeah, I mean, I'm open to that. And so that's just having a sense of the scale. Right now, we don't have a sense of the scale, and so that's important.
But I want to make sure, because I thought what we were talking about is looking at the middle in general. And so if we're looking at the middle, those are your teachers who got their tenure, right? They're getting comfortable. Maybe they have children in the school district, they're going to stick around. And the masters, so all the middle column, we have 133 teachers right now with masters, they rank 3rd. We have 63 teachers with specialists, they rank 4th. We have 16 teachers with doctorates, and they rank 4th. And then it's the same thing. It's basically the longer you're committed, the more likely you are just flatlining. 3rd and 4th in the metro. So no, I don't want to look only at masters. I want it to be the middle in general. I want it to be the teachers that have been here.
But
that's his
that's
point.
exactly what I'm
Okay,
saying.
because I thought you said masters, and there's a difference between masters and teachers with 12 plus years.
If we look at, this is hypothetical because we haven't run the numbers, but if we look at that largest bucket, the 133 teachers, what is the terminology? That T5 masters, right? So if we look at the T5 masters block of 133 and run the numbers on what it would take to move them up one position, and then maintain the correct spacing between all other steps throughout the rest of the table, which means pay changes for everybody else down on that table. What does that do to everyone's position? What does that cost in terms of budget impact? And knowing that number, we can say this is able to be done in 1 year, or this is going to take us 3 years, but we can begin the process of figuring that out. It will result, Board Member Anderson, and everybody across the thing. And then once we've done that, we come back and we say, okay, now who is left at 4th? Maybe we want to move them to 2nd, and that's going to require another shuffling, right? But that's This is why it's always, anytime you start messing around with the step spacing, you're talking about a 5-year project. But we do want, I think, to start being a little more focused. The flat COLA is great for entry level, but to Board Member Anderson's point, it's not really changing the needle for the people that have been here a long time. And now it's time to start looking at the people that have been here for a while.
To clarify, I understand this too. This is all new to me. Like, we're just picking the point of the master's degree, mid-level, 12 years, and then that'll ripple and affect everyone if we're trying to bring them up. That's what I understand.
Yeah, and the reason it has to ripple is because if you just changed that box, this weird thing would happen where year 11 is done, I get a major raise, and then year 13 happens, and I get a pay cut.
Exactly, okay.
So you have to
adjust everybody's pay, regardless if you're a master's, a specialist, a doctor, or whatever. And that makes sense because it's sad, but yeah, you're right. Mid-level or later career people are behind. What is a specialist? I have one question for Dina.
I want to be clear on terminology, not behind. They are still in the top quartile. This is a huge
They're behind
change.
the opening, the entry level.
I know, but that's because we've done so much change on entry level.
That's what I meant.
Right, yeah, okay, great.
What's a specialist?
That is, yes, a specialist is your six-year of community education, so you have your 5-year master's, 6-year specialist, and then
You can get it, I have it in instructional technology, you can get it in, I think, curriculum.
So it's an additional certification?
It's after your master's. That's
Certification.
certification, then it adds to the certificate level.
Okay.
So, Adina and Mrs. Walker, last thing, when looking at the last slide, based upon the conversation that we've had thus far, this smoothing out portion, one more slide.
Okay.
When will you be able to provide that smooth out portion as a possibility, knowing we have the other things? So you have a January and you have a March there. So are you?
I'm putting you on the spot. Sorry.
I just want us to be clear if this is something that you think would be available based upon what we have done already for February, or do you think it would be in addition to what will happen in March?
So with the understanding of knowing where we're focusing, the other previous studies we've done with everybody. So it would be more of a concentrated look and then seeing how it does affect the other scales. So it would be the work would be a little different.
Okay.
Would it help if you had an idea of how much money go towards this increase? So I'm not hearing much pushback to like despite all the emails that $900,000 a year will end the school system, I'm not hearing much pushback for an extra 1.8 towards school stuff. Started with a COLA of 1.2 and found 600,000 targeted at teachers who have been here for 12 years, or started with 800,000 with teachers who have been here. That would make your work on the table a little easier. Because Han said 15, and we don't have 15 million. Yeah. But I think generally the board would support playing with that 1.2 as a COLA, and then 600,000 to 800,000, which would be the 3% if it was targeted.
The concern I have there, Board Member Herndon, is that when you start playing with the steps, it's not the linear percentage like the COLA. You start getting really quickly into some exponential changes.
Sure.
And I don't $600,000 will get lost in the noise. We actually won't really make much of a change. I would rather the other way around. I'd rather us say, hey, we actually are all part of that get us in terms of, and can we include a COLA at the end of that, right? And what are if we want to make a meaningful, maybe I should ask it this way. If we want to move them a position, what is that number? Because if that number is, like I said, 15, then we know we're going to be talking about a much smaller set of changes.
Yeah.
If that's a $3 million number, we can actually have a conversation about whether we can tolerate $3 million. Or we can say, hey, 3 million is too much, we're gonna do $1 million a year for the next 3 years, and by the end of 3 years, have them moved. But without knowing what that number is, it's very hard to say what I think we're comfortable with.
We will come back to you. February, okay.
February.
I just think, knowing, I wanted to pull this slide back up, and Board, I do thank you for all of your feedback on all of this, because this presentation primarily focused on compensation, but it's part of a larger timeline, because the first draft of the budget is coming to you in March, and this informs the first draft of the budget.
Yes.
So next month, we'll hear once again this part, but we'll also hear from our DeKalb County Tax Commissioner's Office. You know, we do have a new tax commissioner here. Sworn in earlier this month. The City of Decatur manager will be here as well. And then we will have our 5-year historical look back as far as presentations regarding finance. March's presentations from CSD staff will include also the use of federal, state, and SPLOST funds. Additionally, we do look to present that first draft of the budget in March for FY27 for general funds. All of what we've been talking about regarding the compensation options will help us develop that budget. So thank you so much.
Can I ask one other question? And I'm not sure if it's for now or later or at all. Since I know some of the comparisons have things like vacation days, you know, we do this Social Security adjusted. So as we're looking at staff being able to send their children to Decatur School, possibly reduced, or I can't even remember if it's reduced or non-paying for early learning, do we need to look at that in the compensation benefit package? I don't know, is that standard fare that all metro school districts allow their
courtesy tuition for employees? Dependent upon enrollment of the school system and its whether or not they are at capacity. So it depending upon school districts is really how that works.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Walker. It is great that we are able to address compensation for our K-2 school managers and bus drivers with this year's budget. We look forward to learning the fiscal impact in March. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Thank you, Chair Sultan. I would like to call on Mr. Jarvis Adams, Chief Operations Officer, to continue the discussion on the K-2 building utilization study. Last month, we determined the CSD statement of need and worked towards the success criteria. This month, we seek your guidance on the required data analysis, key strategies to explore, guardrails, and planning phases before the community-led committees begin their work.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board Chair, Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair esteemed board members, Student Representative Batra. Tonight's work session continues our focus on K-2 school utilization. In December, you began a planning worksheet to clarify the K-2 utilization problem, success criteria, and guardrails. We were not able to complete that work at the last board meeting. The session is to complete the worksheet together, ensuring that staff, committees, and the community have clear guidance from the board as we move forward with the K-2, as we move forward with the elementary utilization study. As always, I want to ground this work in our strategic plan. This most clearly in the strategic accelerator number 4, organizational effectiveness and excellence. We are in resources, but our goal is the same as the other accelerators: to sustain success for all in all areas, to protect and strengthen our engaging and inclusive culture, and to ensure our facilities support future-ready classrooms for every student. Elementary utilization is one of the ways we align our facilities and operations with our long-term academic vision. Slide 3 frames tonight's work. This session is to clarify the elementary utilization problem and scope, confirming guardrails, goals, and a target decision month, agreeing on criteria and an engagement process that keeps students at the center. This session is not a vote to close or reconfigure any school, a decision that will affect the 26-27 school year, or discussion about early childhood learning center location decisions. Tonight is about finishing our planning framework, not choosing a specific scenario. As we move through the worksheet, I ask that you focus on the direction you want to give staff and committees. Staff will refine any wording after this session. Slide 4 lists the board actions requested. In December, you made progress on the first 2 steps. Identifying key issues, you redefined and agreed upon the elementary utilization problem statement. Define success criteria. You began discussing shared success criteria for evaluating scenarios. Tonight, we continue the remaining steps. Confirm guardrails for the planning phase and for any future scenarios. We'll finalize the planning process, including the committee structure, required data, and transparency expectations. And finally, we will seek final approval by setting a target month for receiving a final recommendation and a decision. The worksheet at your seat is organized around these 5 actions. Our goal tonight is for you to finish that worksheet as a board so it becomes your written direction to the staff and the elementary committee that we will be meeting with. Slide 5 summarizes the target planning schedule. In December, you indicated during this winter, you wanted to refine and adopt a clear problem statement and success criteria. Confirm guardrails, including no impact on the 26-27 school year, and a process separate from early childhood center decisions, and set a target month for a final recommendation. From winter to spring of 2026, committees will meet, review data, and host listening sessions. A public data hub will be updated with summaries and FAQs, and you will receive regular board updates as scheduled meetings. The expectation is that the staff will bring scenarios plus a recommendation in November 2026, and that any implementation will begin after the 26-27 school year. Tonight's worksheet will lock in the schedule and the expectations around it. Slide 6 shows the statement of needs that you agreed upon on December 9th. It is also printed at the top of your worksheet. It reads, ensure fiscal responsibility of elementary school utilization by evaluating total enrollment figures, building usage, and staff resources, all while sustainability and honoring the unique culture of Decatur's small neighborhood schools. This is the board's agreed upon statement, so let's move on to success criteria. Please look at slide 7 in section 2 of your worksheet, success criteria. In December, you affirmed 3 central ideas. Student experiences must remain conducive for learning. Financial impact should be manageable and sustainable over time, and operational impact should be manageable and sustainable over time. In addition, you raised important considerations. Student experience should promote equitable outcomes. Student experiences should promote successful academic outcomes. And schools should be walkable and easily accessible for families. Based on your December feedback, the staff proposes your first success criterion reads, student experience academic outcomes, including safe to and from school. For walkability and safe routes, staff would not define those measures alone. We will partner with Atlanta Regional Commission and Decatur's Safe Routes to School committees, the regional experts in walkability and biking infrastructure, to develop specific metrics and maps for the data hub. That statement in red is the recommendation for your recommended change for your success criteria, what you recommended in our last meeting. Again, it reads, student experience are conducive to successful academic outcomes, including safe and accessible paths to and from school. Next, slide 8 in section 3 of your worksheet, required data analysis. Here we're identifying the data that must be brought to you and to the planning committees as you consider any future scenarios. This slide lists school building utilization, rooms, capacity, and uses. Key themes from community engagement opportunities. Average per pupil operating costs by school. Projected student enrollment by school and grade level. FTE counts across multiple years, including the latest years of 2023, 24, 25, and the future 2026. The existing number of non-resident tuition seats that are occupied versus estimated allocations. The estimated number of pre-K seats approved per school building. These items incorporate the 2 quantitative topics you flagged in December, so they are treated as analysis input, not standalone success criteria. In addition, walkability and travel patterns will be analyzed with support from the Atlanta Regional Commission and the City of Decatur's Safe Routes and School Committee. 2 will help develop the metrics and maps for walking and biking routes, typical and maximum travel times by zone, and safety considerations for students and families. On section 3 of your worksheet, please place a check next to each data category you believe is required and use the space provided to add any additional data you would like staff and committees to bring back to you. I will pause for a moment while you mark those and offer any comments. Before, board member, let me, does anyone need I'm a prepared teacher.
I'd love a paper copy.
Thank you.
Another copy.
Should have started with this. You have your copy. Yeah, fresh copy.
Thanks.
All right, so board, we're on section 3, I believe. Board member Anderson has the floor.
Yeah, I wondered if we could articulate the SLTs in some way. I mean, I'm guessing, I see key themes from community engagement sessions, which sounds good, but I think, James, you could speak to this because I think you were on an SLT. It seems like that would be a really good starting point or resource, because, you know, the SLT is going to know the school and maybe be able to help facilitate some of that. So I thought of SLT, that's 1. 2, non-resident, do we need to articulate so that non-resident can be tuition paying, but can't non-resident also be staff children? And so it seems like there might be an opportunity to distinguish between the 2 so we can see the trends. Like, does it turn out that the elementary school, you know, has the 200 students, but is comprised of 40 staff? Yeah, I have no idea. I just felt like I wanted to know the difference, you know, the groupings or subgroups of those non-resident or staff children. Maybe that needs to be an additional data point.
Yeah, so to that point, just a clarifying question, when we say FTE counts, yes, FTE counts include all of these categories and subcategories of students, correct? Yes. And so I think we could probably roll a couple of these ones into one. So we would say FTE counts for past years and projected by every one of the subcategories. So we could just see every category of FTE. Preschool, tuition paying residents, tuition paying non-residents, what's the word? Courtesy. Like, we could just see that count.
Yeah.
Historic and projected, all FTE, and that's everything. That's like 4 of the bullet points here.
One of the fine points about courtesy might be where they're housed too, and tuition paying students, where they're going on the map.
Right. You can provide all that.
Yeah,
That's
are they in one place, are they kind of scattered? It might be.
So then, yeah, that basically is the FTE counts. I would add to the FTE counts projections. It's existing number of non-resident tuition seats plus the details that Board Member Anderson asked for, and the estimated number of pre-K seats per building.
The other thing I wondered, since it is not like the building operating costs, right, but the per pupil operating costs, do we need to recognize that a particular school may have programs or needs by virtue of perhaps the population or circumstances, and that may be a fluid thing, I like that, but I'm not comfortable with just seeing a hard number absent of context.
I was going to 100% add to that. Thank you for bringing that up. Let's talk about it specifically. Claremont's a Title I school. If you were to layer in all of the costs associated with serving that there, you're going to have a higher per student cost. But that doesn't mean that we should be targeting Claremont. Like, that's just the nature of the population that's being served. And so I also share that concern. Like, that to me is not a decision point. Like, without that context, that's not, let me think, it is not due to the building itself that is the case, right? And we just need to be very careful about that.
I would just modify bullet point 3, average per pupil operating costs by school to the district. So get federal grants and state grants in particular.
Okay.
The other that I would want, we throw around walkability a lot. I would love some data on how many people are walking to each of these schools in terms of walkability. I've always heard that thrown out, never had it. I feel like we could measure, 20% of Oakhurst walks there, 30% of Glenwood walks there. I would like to know that. That's something that I've heard from. I have no idea.
Sorry, go ahead.
One question I have about FTE counts, because we're looking at it for 2026. But, I mean, I guess the big question here is the estimates moving forward, because we know they're dropping.
That's what I meant by projected. Yeah.
How many years can we go out? Because that's where, if we see it stabilize over several years.
So you can get a projection 10 years out. It's not going to be good 10 years out.
Yeah, 5.
So your sweet spot is at 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
And so it's good to have that 10-year projection, but to understand that your focus needs to be towards that 3 to 5 year window.
Yeah, seeing if it's going up or down, or, if it's worth all of this effort, if we're considering.
And I think the first bullet point is a good one, building utilization, rooms, capacity, uses. I think I might also add overuse, so schools that are in trailers are still utilizing maybe two classroom uses to 1, or some measure of overuse.
Yeah. You guys ready to move on?
Yep.
Well, I do have one question. So I realize that we are identifying the success criteria, but if the committees come back with something we haven't factored in, where does that fall?
Great question. Now, I know I don't expect you to remember every time I come up, but that was one of the asks that I have for the board.
Yeah.
As we meet with committees, later we'll talk about when I come back to give feedback to you all. As the committee has new ideas or things that we have not thought of, that you guys would consider accepting those ideas and making any changes.
Yes.
As we see fit. Because it'll be impossible for us in this short time to think of all of it.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify, in the summary that y'all had for, success criteria, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the word equitable got removed. I know we had discussion about that, but I did want to see, like, we just talked about, like, Title I schools. Are we interested in adding any kind of, like, income data or racial data to, like, the data we're looking at, or anything like that? Or
Go. You gotta go back to the slide. Yeah. So you wanna put equitable in that first bullet?
Right.
I mean, I would love to hear y'all's thoughts on it, because I just can't remember how the conversation went, but I know we, like, had a small debate about that word specifically.
Yeah, I refreshed a little bit on that conversation around things being equitable. So it's around making sure that we don't lose the service that we're already rendering to students of Decatur. And the conversation was, if we say, hey, to keep this, we're gonna lose art at one school. So since we're gonna lose art at one school, let's lose art at all schools, because that will make it equitable. I don't think the conversation I don't remember the conversation veering to treat one group better than the other. They talked about the services around what we offer in our school.
But
That's what took it out, took the word equitable out, and that's how you came up with academic outcomes, because they wanted to be very clear on making sure outcomes were being met.
But I think to her point, I think under the data points, it would be great to look at some racial demographics, data across all of your schools here. So students that are on free or reduced lunch, all of those things, across the entire, across each school.
There's a basic demographic data set per school.
Mm-hmm. So that's,
Inside of the FTE. I think,
right.
I think it can fit perfectly what you're asking.
Mm-hmm.
When we start breaking out FTEs with subgroups and everything, we can just make sure all that's captured. That way you have a full picture.
So you wanna recap what's checked and what's not?
All right. So if I'm hearing correctly, we're checking everything stuff other, and we're adding. All right. And so for FTE, we want a breakdown of all subgroups inside of FTE. And we also want to know building costs, not just per pupil. The cost of running the building without the federal money. What the city schools of Decatur pay to operate a school, not what the federal, not the total budget. We can take out the state and the total budget and just look at what comes out of city schools of Decatur's account.
Are we checking the fourth point around enrollment and the percent stabilization?
Say that one more time.
Are we checking the fourth point around, so the fourth point that says student enrollment is stabilized with a desired minimum of at least 200 students and remains within a percent of recommended utilization levels? One, that's not actually analysis, right? That's a guideline. And so
How far out are we going? It's like, you need to.
I would basically say we don't need to check that one. I would argue against checking that
I
one.
agree with you for now until we get the information.
Yeah. Right? I mean, that's not data analysis, that's a
Right.
guideline, and I would say. He'll get the information.
So a lot of that is projections. So you have your past numbers and then you have your projections that's going to tell you, does the school meet 200? If 200 is the number, that's a board decision. When we're looking at schools, what size does the board want a school to be before we start considering? If 180, 2 years later is at 202, a year later is at 170. Like, demographers will give us a preview, but time tells the truth. But the demographers give us good information to use for planning.
Two thoughts, though. One, are we continuing tuition-paying students this year, right?
Yeah.
So I think we have to include that. If we look at our timeline, we don't have it right now, but we will see some point in the spring, right? How many families now, which are new. They're not gonna be in the existing data because they're not there yet. So I think that needs to be included. And then maybe this is complicating things and this will be the committee, but when you start looking at, like, I remember when my neighbors moved in with their 2 young children. So, is that a committee thing, like sales and who's moving in, which is different again from the existing kids who are here, and maybe that's gonna be in historical data, but it doesn't feel like it.
No, projected data. So the FTEs, if we look at the FTE counts and we project the 3 to 5 years out as well, not just historical, but the 3 to 5 years out as well, it should capture all of that. It should capture people moving in, it should capture births, it should capture all of that. And so I think that that stays in under the FTE counts, historical and projected. I pretty strongly think student enrollment is stabilized at the desired minimum. That is a success criteria, and I am not ready to check that box. I think we don't know yet.
Which of these is provided? I thought that was just saying we want a projection of current and future enrollment. Is that not on the list if we get rid of that one?
Well, FTE counts is historic and future,
But
right?
it only goes to 26 years.
No, but we just said that we're gonna project out 3 and 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll add the tuition paying and the time when it's available.
The projections over the next 3 and 5 years will include every FTE subgroup. That is tuition paying by all the categories.
Y'all
That is,
demographic.
Right.
that is preschool, that's everything.
I totally understand that, but if we are selling Decatur, for lack of a better word, and we have an influx of 75 tuition-paying kindergartners, they're not going to show up here because those parents haven't applied yet. So that's an additional point that's not captured in the FTE.
So
Am I
that,
wrong about that?
if I can add a point of clarity around tuition. Tuition is used to maximize teaching allotments, not to fill up a school.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't want to
Right.
suggest that's what we're trying to do, sorry.
So if teacher Adams is allotted 19 students per the allotment guidelines, only have 15, 4 tuition seats will be offered, maybe 3, so we leave 1 in case a kid moves in. But it wouldn't be that's gonna grow a school.
But to what the board member Anderson's point, the very next thing that we're gonna talk about, when we talk about key strategies to explore, one of those is non-resident tuition. Whatever projections we give on school enrollment going forward should include the results of the strategies that we select, that we want to evaluate.
Oh, yes.
Okay. The unchecked box, which was number 4, that was originally, I think, in success criteria.
I was gonna say that.
Okay.
Move down.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
Meeting. You guys asked me to move it down.
Because you were looking for a percentage, you wanted us to provide a data percentage there. And I think we're saying that right now we aren't. We need to run the analysis before we decide that.
Got it. You guys are good with them?
Yeah.
Okay. Just
All right, let's, slide 9, section 4 of your worksheet addresses key strategies to explore. The goal here is not to choose a scenario tonight. Instead, you are telling staff and planning committees which categories of strategies you want studied and brought back to you with pros, cons, and trade-offs. This slide lists status quo baseline, pre-K relocation to K-2 school buildings. Noting that the Georgia Department of Education already accounts for city schools of Decatur's pre-K students without relocation and assigns pre-K students to existing K-2 schools based on addresses in the pre-K application process. Next, a non-resident tuition student enrollment campaign. Adjustments to school program placement and/or student support services. School reconfigurations by grade level, attendance zone boundary adjustments, and community-generated strategy considerations. On section 4 of your worksheet, please check the strategy areas that you agree should be in scope for committee study, and leave unchecked any areas you believe should be out of scope. You may also use the other line to add any additional strategy categories you want to explore. I will pause here to allow time for marking and brief discussion.
One question I have, I understood from prior meetings is that each of the committees were also going to be looking through different lens, like facilities, finance, student experience.
Right.
That's still true, because it seems like this kind of overlap. You're looking at.
Right, and so the 4 committees look at, kind of like directions of the compass. They're going to look at things from different lenses on what we're looking at.
So they'll have this entire list, like,
Right, they may focus on finance, they may focus on safety. Yeah.
Is there any reason why we wouldn't look at all of these?
yeah, it just seems a little bit,
I would also say the one glaring missing option here, not saying that this is the one that I want to be very clear with the public, but that it is appropriate to evaluate is also a closure. And if we did actually consolidate, right, I think it has to be evaluated. If for no other reason than to have the data why we wouldn't choose that path.
I need some clarification about pre-K. I think that has been talked about multiple times in multiple veins. Now, what we're showing here is that Godot is saying that they will not add any pre-K classrooms for the 26-27 school year. Is that what I'm reading correctly?
Yes.
Right
Okay.
from the start.
Okay.
Yes.
Right from the start says the pre-K classes as we have them now are the pre-K classes. We're also saying that the head count as we have now at College Heights are already accounted for in their home school,
Yes,
right? So when Imani goes into pre-K, she's already counted into Winona Park.
yes.
Okay, so then I just need, and maybe other people have insight, what is the benefit other than moving kids closer to their home schools of relocating pre-K?
I just assumed it meant if there was, and I should know, that is there a pay option or is there a tiered option? So am I correct in what you just said, that Godot already limits, right?
Right.
But that's Godot funded, right? Or is pre-K, like, I don't know, is it copyrighted? You can't call it pre-K if it's not.
I think the challenge is if Bright from the Start does not count that child as an FTE. They may be paying tuition, but if they do not count it as an FTE, then it doesn't go towards the 200 student count threshold that we're trying to hit.
And if they're
But that might be okay, right? Like if they actually are paying, then it may offset some costs that make it less necessary to worry about the 200 student count threshold. We don't know because we don't have that analysis.
But the one thing to think about is, when we talked earlier, Board Member Herndon asked, hey, what do we pay from city schools education? We subsidize what the state gives us for pre-K. So pre-K is still at a cost to the school district. And I don't think, I mean, we could look and explore what we would have to charge to break even on pre-K. But we subsidize already.
idea was to add pre-K seats potentially to maybe 28.
So
These schools just get them to a higher number.
we don't, for public school, we can't do that.
Yeah.
That's gonna be given to us right from the start. They determine how many seats we have.
If we're capable of showing the demand, does that influence Bright from the start? So I think we all understand next year, no, that we've got our seats assigned next year. But 2 years out, if we're demonstrating substantial demand because we have increased capacity, you know, like a lot of parents in Westchester, for example, well, I mean, no, because I just found out that Westchester, in fact, does send a ton of kids over to College Heights. I know my experience at Glenwood, down to College Heights to try to get my kids there when there's a preschool literally a block from my house at the, First United Methodist. But if I had preschool at Glenwood, I would 100% preschool at Glenwood. Now that doesn't show up in the data until you have those preschools open in the schools. So we're saying it is possible Year one, no, but year two, we may be able to demonstrate substantial enough demand that right from the start would then increase our allowable preschool counts. That should be accounted for.
Yes, so because that is waitlist data that Bright from the Start is collecting. So Bright from the Start is collecting your waitlist data not only in the city schools that Decatur pre-K, but the waitlist data at Decatur, First United Methodist, and every other pre-K site in Georgia. So they collect the wait list to determine if that's part of their analysis of demand.
So, and I'm totally fine to keep this on here, I just wanted some clarification. So I guess that to offset that until you get to that point, could you have a pre-K, say at Glenwood, that maybe only had 7 kids, and that's not enough to make a classroom? Could you fill that up with tuition-paying pre-K kids so that you could keep a pre-K at potentially every school, some with resident students and then some with non-resident students until you, because it's going to take a year or two until you start to pull some of those kids off of waiting lists and get them in.
Or with resident students that are willing to pay tuition. I mean, I paid tuition to go to the other
That's
school.
what I mean.
Yeah.
Our allowable resident nature is due to us being K-12, meaning we can pay tuition, non-residents can pay tuition for K-12 because that is under what the guidance is from Godot. Right from the Start is a different level of guidance. And so that is something that we would have to ask right from the start around whether or not you can have tuition paying pre-K as well as lottery funded pre-K.
In the same class.
Or the same building.
Or the same building.
In the same entity, because you're then going to potentially have, we have to ask them. I don't know if that's allowable.
The strategy would be to meet with right from the start to explore different pre-K models.
But can I ask that we get the Bright list right from the start? Wait list for Decatur and then any relevant areas. I don't know if they do it, is it all of DeKalb County or the neighboring part of DeKalb County? Do they do it for all of APS or the part that borders us? Because that seems kind of relevant.
Right, and I think that's what we would get from the meeting with right from the start. I think my experience with dealing with anyone in education, any different entity, we just need to sit down and tell them, hey, this is the plan that we're trying to push forward. Tell us yay, nay, or how to get to a yay. Sometimes it is a no, but there's a way to get to a yes, and they can tell you if you ask the right way. They can tell you if there's a true way to get to a yes or if this is just. Certain things you cannot be creative inside of education because it comes with an orange jumpsuit.
For the school reconfiguration by grade level, do we just mean K2 to K3, or are there other possibilities within that?
Well, from earlier meetings, we don't want to limit any possibilities.
Okay, that's fine.
So, I mean, you guys can give guidance on that.
Yeah.
But I think what we discussed prior to, we'll just go into the meeting.
As long as the reconfigurations come with the full fiscal analysis in terms of both savings and costs, right? Because there's substantive costs around changing that allocation. All right.
Okay.
We good?
Yeah.
Slide 4, and we checked everything.
Plus and added.
And the other to meet with K, right from the start, to discuss different pre-K models.
And added evaluating closure.
Two things we're adding, right from the start meeting, and possible consolidation. Slide 10 in section 5 of your worksheet focuses on guardrails. Guardrails are conditions that you want honored throughout the planning process, regardless of which scenario may eventually be recommended. The slide currently includes several draft guardrails, including a focus on certain types of strategies, a commitment that no proposed change will affect the 26-27 school year, a planning phase that runs through November 2026, and preservation of existing CSD grade configurations, pre-K2, 3, 5, 6, 8, and 9, 12. Based on board direction, staff understands that you want to move away from the phrase, keep open, and instead strengthen and sustain neighborhood schools, while still allowing you to study a full range of options. On section 5 of your worksheet, I invite you, check the guardrails you want to keep as written, adjust the wording of the first guardrail so that it reflects, or any guardrail, reflects your updated language and intent. Add any additional guardrails that you believe are important, such as exceptions around equity, communication, family engagement, and use of external experts like ARC, which is the Atlanta Regional Commission. We will capture your edits and reflect those in a final written summary.
I have a question about the preserving the existing grade configuration.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand, I mean, maybe it's not enough, but we're just talking about the salaries and how, you know, if you kind of move one, it affects others. So what is this hard and fast, preserve this? I mean, you know, we're talking about fiscal responsibility, we're talking about students in schools. I'm just kind of curious as to why we're only looking at K. I don't know, and not considering.
Yeah, I think because on the previous one, we picked for school reconfiguration by grade levels as a preferred strategy to see.
Okay.
We can't check preserve existing. Like we've already said as a strategy, we want to look at everything.
So take that one off then.
Yeah, exactly. And then I would check the other three.
So we're checking box 1, 2, and 3,
Yeah.
not 4.
Not 4.
Do we have an other?
And then, so the original timeline, I believe, had November. And, you know, we needed more time to do this. You know, does that matter? Like the existing, so we're a month off, which may not even be an issue. Maybe a month was just cushioning, but I'm just curious if anyone else, if that matters, right? Because we didn't get it done in December. And I believe the committees haven't met yet.
Well, I mean, I think it was always the plan for the committees after we adjusted course to meet in January. But speaking just for myself here, but I would put it to the board, if the committees come back and say, hey, look, it's going to be December before we get you this analysis, I think we just be flexible about that.
That's fair. Are we ready to move on?
Yep.
So finally, slide 11 and section 6 of your worksheet addresses the planning phase, target completions, and check-in. The draft text sets a planning phase target completion of November 10th, 2026. That's a board meeting. At that time, key findings and recommendations from the planning committees and CSD staff will be presented to the board for consideration and review at the November 2026 board meeting. Below, you see 4 proposed check-in windows. In the winter, this January, we will start the committee kickoff. That'll be a virtual meeting. After we get everything tonight, we'll reach out to the different committee leaders, and then we'll start that kickoff with committee chairs. With a expected plan to start February 5th with our first committee meeting, with an update at the next upcoming board meetings in March, June, and September, with the final recommendation in November. And to you guys' point, if we need to push, if it's not getting done, you would know in March, June, September that November is not looking. So on section 6 of your worksheet, please check the windows when you would like those formal updates and note any additional check-in points or reporting expectations that you want to set.
Why would we not just do all of them?
I think all of them.
Yeah.
I think they're all good. The only thing I think about is, June, people are out. They're on vacation, they're gone, and so just from it's great, we board, we meet, staff are here, but I'm just kind of curious how that works.
And these just go through the spring, correct? So they'll end, I'm guessing.
So we'll pick up with committee work once we come back in August. There won't be a committee meeting June, July. But there will be a meeting the first week in June. The hope is that we can meet the week prior. And then that way that gives us enough time to get the board an update on what we're doing.
Would May be easier? Do March, May, and take the whole summer off? Just a question to her.
I mean, that's what I was wondering.
So even if we took June off, I could give you the update of April and May in June.
But, I mean, remember that May is the giant budget meeting, like it's the hours and hours long budget meeting. And so, I mean,
These check-ins with us, is that correct?
Yes.
If the committee decides that June doesn't work for them and they want to do it the third week in May, they are more than so.
we will listen to that recommendation.
I feel like we're asking about, we're not mandating the committee meet on these days. We're telling Mr. Adams, we would like a report on these days.
Yeah.
Works.
So the committees will be running all the way through November?
Yes.
I would, okay. So I just have a general comment if we're ready to move to that. I would like to, I'd like to meet the chairs. I mean, I think it would be great in some of the updates to have the chairs of the committees attend as well, to the extent that they are interested in presenting any of the information. I'd love to hear from them. I'd like to interact with the community members. I know that there's some questions out there, like there are people waiting for information and maybe not. I had to do this before you could put that out. So the sooner that we can communicate that we've kind of established the parameters and we're ready to go, I think the better.
Are you saying they have the committee chairs present to us during, because I don't understand what you mean by I'd like to meet with the.
Oh, no, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, come be in front of us as a body, not me specific.
So similar when I would bring the construction company up or a different vendor. So we are checking all boxes.
Mm-hmm.
And so rebalancing. And one of the things we talked about before we get into the questions is me and my team will go out and we will canvass the city of Decatur. All right, and we're going to look to spread the committees, add more people to the committees from different corners of Decatur. That is to make sure that we hear the voice of all of Decatur. And before we get into questions, that brings us to the final slide. To summarize, this evening you have reaffirmed a clear statement of need for the elementary utilization study. You refined success criteria that center student experience, equity, and sustainability. You confirmed the data strategies and guardrails that will guide committee work and set expectations for timelines and check-ins through November 2026. As part of the elementary school utilization study, we will work to ensure that all voices from the city of Decatur are heard during committee work. We will be expanding outreach to HOAs, neighborhood associations, faith-based organizations, PTAs, PTOs, and other key community groups to join our committees. Thank you for your time and guidance. I'm happy to answer any questions or receive any additional directions from the board. Board, I want to give you guys a compliment. Good job into this. Much better than December 9th.
Thank you, Board, for your guidance. The utilization study is about strengthening our schools. We look forward to engaging the entire city in the co-creation of building utilization.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. I appreciate the rebalancing effort, including you share all constituents you know should be a part of this process. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Thank you, Chair Fulton. I would like to call on Mr. Eston Melton, Chief of Safety and Technology Services, to bring the annual State of the Division.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Utz, esteemed members of the board, Student Representative Batra, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. It's a pleasure to bring you an annual State of Report for the Safety and Technology Services Division. Like other support areas, our division exists to help realize student success in all areas, but on a day-to-day basis, our work happens in the areas of organizational effectiveness. Additionally, as you know, safety is now a domain in the standards for effective board governance set by the State Board of Education. These standards focus on student and staff physical safety and mental health. Several divisions, in addition to mine, contribute to this area, and we believe the governance team is situated to meet these standards. We'll discuss the standards with you all next month so that you are equipped to complete your GSBA self-assessment at the February board retreat. For the balance of my presentation, I'll update you on the division's work since our report in January 2025 and look ahead to 26 or so. Let's first close the loop on a few projects I shared with you last year. Crisis Go has matured beyond Wilson Center communications, and school leaders have it in their toolkit for emergency events to communicate with site leadership and Wilson Center support. Examples of how we're using it are coordinating responses to medical issues, threats, injuries, bus accidents, weapons screening events, students running off campus, to name just a few. This system has accelerated communication between schools and central office supports and within schools, reducing the time it takes to respond in situations where time is critical. Visitor management is deployed at all schools, with the Wilson Center set to come online this month. The system runs an instant background check on visitors against the sex offender registry, and the visitor lanyard allows office staff to locate those guests on campus. The system has accurately identified several individuals who are on such a registry who should not be on campus. In all cases, building leaders implemented documented response procedures. Those folks have left campus without further incident. The updated DHS security camera system has significantly reduced challenges in monitoring the environment and investigating incidents. When a motorist drove their car down an embankment and through a courtyard, school and district leaders pulled that footage within moments, including on their cell phones, a feat that would have been impossible to accomplish with the previous system. And vestibules. Lefco was a wonderful design build partner we brought to the board in February to help us design secure entry vestibules so visitor check-in and background checks could, for example, occur before someone has actual access to a school's interior. Lefco brought construction partners in, and together they provided a guaranteed maximum price for each facility to be renovated at that front entryway. We had hoped that FY26, quote, one-time security grant funds could go toward addressing at least some of the schools. However, inflation, tariffs, the overhead associated with projects happening at isolated sites and not all at once, and complications arising from working on very old buildings caused even the least expensive projects to likely exceed the total grant allocation. We appreciate the excellent designs that we developed, and they're available for future use. And of note, some of the conversations and decisions made during this transfer to the design of the new Early Learning Center. For example, establishing a baseline specification for impact-resistant glazing on windows and window framing, which are easier to provide during new construction rather than retrofit. And the new Early Learning Center design does include a secure entry vestibule from the get-go. I'll add, too, that per another recent requirement from the state board, we've had several touch points with city police and fire leadership as the new ELC design has matured, ensuring the building meets current code and best practices at inception. Shortly after last year's division report, we jointly hosted our first annual safety summit alongside our partners with the city. Dr. Whitaker and our Director of Safety and Security were joined on stage by the Chief of Police Richards and Fire Chief Washington. And in addition to that partnership with the city, the Student Support Services Division shared a pair of breakout sessions around mental health and threat assessment. And I'll have information on next month's second annual Security Summit at the end of this presentation. In February 2025, the board retreat included robust discussions around weapons screening, school resource officers. We shared an environmental scan and data with the board, and we appreciate the direction that allowed us to resuscitate the SRO relationship with the city and to procure weapons screening systems in the middle school, high school, and the Wilson Center. Weapons screening, as we shared, meant hiring additional safety staff to prevent it from becoming overly burdensome on teachers and other school personnel. We already had a pair of safety and security associates, both of whom are former law enforcement. This summer, we hired 3 more, one of whom, former Navy Surface Warfare officer, you heard from during Ms. Walker's presentation on the state of HR. With this talent in place, we could train staff and deploy weapons screening at the middle and the high school. We hoped to orchestrate a staff adjustment during the day to cover weapons screening at the Wilson Center, but the induced demand of having additional safety personnel in the schoolhouse has made us reluctant to pull that individual to the Wilson Center. The weapons screening program launched with some delays as anticipated this first few weeks, but those delays evaporated by the end of the first full week of school. The weapons screening system operates both as a detector and a deterrent. Frankly, we would prefer any number of other factors to deter students from bringing weapons on campus. We are aware of those students who have secreted dangerous materials outside of the schoolhouse so as not to have it detected by the screening regimen. And as a detector, I can report that the screening system has detected dangerous items, including knives carried by students during arrival, and pistols. We've had firearms detected carried by licensed adults coming to extracurricular activities. In these instances, staff have reacted accordingly to ensure the safety of those campuses. And in partnership with the Operations Division, we've also expanded weapons screening to major sporting and extracurricular events on some of our campuses. We also revised the MOU and revised the program that places uniformed City of Decatur police officers in our middle and our high school as school resource officers. We had hoped for 3, and we appreciate Chief Richards stating at the City Commission meeting where they voted to approve the MOU that he believes 2 SROs would be appropriate for the high school. Our SROs have become welcome additions to our schools, and their presence on campus and in immediate communication with city police has been critical in several instances. For example, when an anonymous caller claimed someone had a weapon in the DH parking lot earlier this year, the SRO was instantly in contact with the 911 call center to ascertain specific details from the call that were critical in crafting our response. Fortunately, events like this remain rare, and in the times in between, SROs provide students and staff with education on the law and, critically for many students, become trusted go-to adults on campus. And we also opened the school year this year with a new fleet of district-wide radios. Unlike siloed systems that we have purchased in the past, voice communication systems allow safety and security and transportation and school. The single hardware. If we ever need to evacuate a school to another site, these radios will work on not only our other campuses, but everywhere else you have a cellular signal. I do want to share with you some student voice when it comes to safety and security. Reflected here in last year's school climate survey, which ran from January to March, ahead of when many of these visible solutions were put into place. And we're treating this as some baseline data. Let me walk you through it a little bit. The first column shows 4 of the safety questions asked by the surveys. The surveys include some additional safety-related ones, but we think these 4 are foundational. And what I've captured here is, of the 5 possible responses to each of these questions, what are the 2 that are most positive? So the first question on the screen, how safe do you feel in classrooms? 2 most positive possible responses are very safe or extremely safe. For the second and the third, the 2 most positive or preferred responses are very well or extremely well. And for the fourth, which is phrased a little differently, how easy is it for someone to get into the building even if they are not authorized to be there? 2 most preferred are slightly, easy, or not easy. We've got some columns that show CSD student responses, and then we have our comparison to statewide averages. So for the first 3 items, CSD students report higher levels of feeling safe relative to the state average, and the gap between us and the state as a whole increases with our older students. We do see, and we want to draw your attention to real areas of opportunity around addressing perceptions of how easy it is to gain unauthorized access to schools. We expect that some of the initiatives launched this year that I just mentioned at the middle and the high school will strongly influence these figures. And we also appreciate, and I want to call out the leadership undertaken by our school principals to continue to develop a culture of safety on their campuses and recommitting to school safety teams, for example, and bringing safety-mindedness to the forefront of their instructional leadership. Looking ahead, on February 4th, we will have our second annual Safety Summit. We'll again be joined by first responder leadership, Chief Richards and Chief Washington, on the stage. A big theme for the balance of the year is compliance with last year's HB 268. I had meant to bring as a prop my 60-page copy with pink Post-it notes of handwritten small notes that I have most places, but not right now. We have been ahead of the game in some instances. For example, we are ahead of the game with the statutorily required panic alert system, safety plan additions, and policy updates. Thank you for voting on those earlier this year. But the work continues. One item to fulfill by July 1 is updated and ongoing mapping of our school's emergency resources that first responders can immediately access if they show up to one of our buildings to do their work. We have the tool. Entering and adopting a program to maintain its accuracy is now part of our work. We're also in the midst of training on and implementing an anonymous reporting tool provided to us at no cost by the Sandy Hook Promise Foundation. Today was actually a critical milestone date for us to test the receipt of those messages, and our counselors and our school leaders to be able to see those and log into the system to track them. I'm up here speaking about that, but a lot of credit for stewarding the work belongs to Assistant Superintendent Holt and her team. The Sandy Hook Promise Partnership also includes resources for violence prevention instruction and support for school-based violence prevention clubs, as required by the law. The anonymous reporting system also includes mechanisms and coordination for life safety emergencies to be promptly reported to Decatur 911 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We've had several City of Decatur police leaders on those calls, again, including Chief Richards, who's become a familiar face. Additionally, HB 268 requires us to add language to strengthen student data privacy protections in the MOU that governs the School Resource Officer Program. We're grateful by the hard work by our colleagues at WMD and their counterparts in the City Council. One of the action items on your agenda for this evening is to approve the text, student data privacy, and outlines mutual expectations. Another recent legislative act requires districts to conduct 2 AED or automatic external defibrillator readiness events this year. We partnered with the student health team last month, and schools conducted either AED drills or tabletop activities. Many of the AED drills occurred immediately after a shelter drill to try to simulate the people out of place conditions that might exist during an actual emergency. And speaking of our colleagues in student health, we are in possession of multiple doses of naloxone, also known under the brand name Narcan, to administer to anyone on our campus who's suspected of having a narcotic overdose episode. And we're grateful to the partnership with the City of Decatur Fire and Rescue for helping us secure those resources. Pivoting to technology, I had the opportunity this fall to share with you work on interoperable data systems, so I won't dwell here too long, but I will share 2 important updates. The first is that in conjunction with the finance and HR teams, we published the revised RFP for a new enterprise resource platform last month and hosted a pre-submission conference last week. It was well attended, and we are encouraged by the folks who showed up. In my previous report, I had said we anticipated bringing a procurement recommendation in the winter, but that timeframe has slipped to the May board meeting. What is on track is our work deploying EduClimber, the data visualization and warehousing tool to support instructional decision makers. It's the baseball card view I showed back in August, I believe. It is in the hands of our Wilson Center leaders, principals, and as of the first day back last week, our classroom educators. Initial visualizations created by Wilson Center leaders are in those decision makers' hands, and you will see the first data surfaced with greater ease via EduClimber later tonight. We opened this year with 2 massive equipment deployments. We replaced staff laptops and the student devices at the middle and the high school. Both procurements came in on time and under budget. Between all the equipment coming in and the equipment going out, it was over 8,000 computers for our staff to touch and get in or get out of the way. And in conjunction with the elementary fleet replacement last year, that means the vast majority of student and staff devices, the entirety of student devices, is new within the last 2 years. Most of the equipment that was replaced was procured just before or during the pandemic. We appreciate its service and are glad to see it go, although we have repurposed large tranches of that gear to find a second life. So, for example, many old student Chromebooks are now serving as Centegix visitor check-in kiosks or time clock machines. It doesn't just go to the e-waste file. And we also re-envisioned one of our key PL mechanisms around reducing cybersecurity risk by phishing. And as a refresher, phishing, those are the messages that ostensibly come from a trusted authority trying to get you to install software, give up your money, or give up valuable information. We've had really good phishing awareness numbers over the last several years, but they were stagnant numbers. So in partnership with the DOE, we shifted from a surprise, gotcha approach to a, we are about to initiate an awareness campaign. We want you to know what the signs are and know how to respond appropriately. And we shifted our focus from that gotcha component to try to target the folks who might have seen a suspicious message, but rather than reporting it, actually alert us to its presence, because that first alert might make the difference between us being able to contain it and get rid of it versus someone clicking on a malicious link. By the way, if any of you get a suspicious message to your CSD account, please forward it to phishing@csdecatur.net. There are 2 more people besides me on that list. Send it to me if you want, but you'll get a faster response probably from Jason and Kit. So, what next? These inglorious looking pallets contain several dozen new network switches. Appreciate the board's support in procuring these. They showed up right before Christmas break. Switches, they sit in closets that no one really opens the door to, but they're critical not only for connectivity, but also for cybersecurity. It's non-trivial to replace these, but we're pursuing that work over the course of the balance of the year. We're also deploying a completely re-engineered Wi-Fi environment that launched last semester at the high school. One of those rare opportunities to introduce increased performance, increased availability, and increased security at no additional cost, just elbow grease. We're also continuing our work towards CIS controls level 1. We are not, repeat, not immune from any type of really targeted cyber attack. But we're postured pretty well to the point where our outside experts that consult with us said formal adoption of the cybersecurity framework is the next best step for us. And this logo probably looks familiar because I showed it to you last year. We have addressed the vast majority of the policy, not board policy, the procedural and technical requirements for CIS controls, and are on that long tail of a few technical issues that have a higher degree of change management required before we can knock them out. We want to knock them out. There are not that many school districts out there that have formally adopted or been certified on an industry standard cybersecurity framework, but we will join that small list in short order. And lastly, this image up here is one of several that resulted when I asked Google Gemini, our enterprise tier generative AI tool, to create a self-portrait. 2 Januaries ago, I presented a series of AI principles to the board developed by staff and community experts. Since then, those principles, along with an administrative regulation governing employee use of generative AI, have been foundational tools for building employee capacity with AI. I offer a lot of credit to the middle and the high school instructional technology coaches for leading that work. However, at the district level, we realize that we've not sufficiently factored in student voice in how we approach AI. And I appreciate Ms. Batra's advocacy in being a student voice when it comes to AI. Dr. Whitaker, the Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and I have joined a national network of district leaders focusing on maturing AI practices. And that work, again, has further reinforced the necessity of elevating student voice even further. And as such, our board apprentice member will work this year to gather a broad and representative swath of student input on possible policy and regulatory recommendations to drive our ongoing AI work. Perhaps not only focusing strictly on AI, but also to articulate our values, your values as a board, our values as a learning community, and how we approach whatever the next technological earth-shattering innovation might be. It's possible over the last few minutes, the way I've structured this presentation, it might sound that safety and technology are 2 separate houses, but that's not accurate. We've made large strides in the last year to bring both groups' work into sync and mutual support. Each week, a single joint leadership team reviews after actions, identifies dependencies, and works together to develop our skills around change and project management for the organization. This year, we brought safety systems into our incident IQ system, not only for support management, but also for inventory tracking, and to set and to monitor service-level agreements to further evaluate our data. And some of each discipline's ideas and principles translate well into each other's language. For example, if the idea of pre-announced monthly phishing campaigns with reminders of what to do sounds a bit like pre-announced monthly fire drills, that's on purpose. We took that idea from the safety world. And if that idea sounds like a stretch, It is, in fact, the model that Google uses to build phishing awareness around their employees. Encouraging staff not to ignore a suspicious message, but to report it is the cybersecurity equivalent of one of Director Brown's favorite mantras. And I hope you all will say it with me. Here's your cue. See something. I heard it from the audience too. That's lovely. Thank you all. See it. And bringing it back to interoperable data systems, we've begun the research in the marketplace with our new life safety partner, Convergent, on the best approach to mature our access control systems, integrating tools like new high school cameras, Strategics, and Crisis Go. For everyone listening, please take note here of the particulars for next month's Safety Summit or visit the CSD website. Board members, I am grateful for your time and attention as always, and I invite your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Melton, for the update. We look forward to the community joining us at our second annual Safety Summit scheduled for February the 4th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. in the Performing Arts Center of Decatur High School.
Thank you, Mr. Milton, for the update. The Georgia State Board of Education at its November 5th and 6th meeting approved a 9th domain, school safety. There are 4 new standards completely devoted to school safety. Based on today's presentation, I believe next month on this new standard at our February board retreat. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Chair Sultan, I would like to call on Mrs. Amanda Lynch, Chief of Staff, to discuss one policy for first read.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Oates, esteemed members of the board, Student Representative Batra, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. Today we have one policy on the agenda for today's work session. This is policy DJEA, Purchasing Authority. Policies presented in work session are being presented for first read. Policy DJEA, Purchasing Authority, is an existing policy that was originally adopted in November 2024. Revisions to DJEA are needed to align with the proposed revisions to related policy DJE, Purchasing, which was approved for first read last month. Specifically, the revisions reduced the threshold for board approval for purchases from budgeted funds from $100,000 to $75,000. If approved for first read, DJEA will be available for public comment through Assembly. Additionally, DJE will remain available for public comment. Both policies will be brought to the board together for second read action in February to ensure that we do not have conflicting policies in place. As a reminder, stakeholders can access any policies open for public comment on the right-hand side of the Assembly homepage, and Assembly is linked under our CSD website under the board. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy DJEA, Purchasing Authority, for first read.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy DJEA, Purchasing Authority, for first read?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there any second?
I'll second.
Board Member Herndon seconds the motion. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I have a question. So, I'm sorry, I should know this. If it's first read, then we talk about it, or don't, and then it goes to the public.
Correct. So the only change to this one, we brought it directly to first read because of the discussion that happened in the prior subsequent months around changing that threshold in DJE to 100 down to 75.
Right.
In doing so, we realized this policy also had that specified, and so therefore brought it to first read today so that we can make them both available for public comment together, and so that one wouldn't have been accepted and the other not.
Okay, because that's what I was initially going to ask about, because I kept putting this in the DJE. So then it goes out for the public, and then we come back and talk about it.
Yeah, so then it would be second read. So you would either, I would provide you with feedback as it comes in, as typical. If there is any public comment, if there's any other changes, we would highlight them, before second read, and then you would vote to approve or not.
So I think that the questions I still have, or the confusion, is admittedly, I was looking at, Buford and Marietta. They don't even seem to have a DJE, unless I'm incorrect. They just have DJE.
That's possible.
And then I noticed these distinctions between the budgeted funds or unbudgeted funds. And I'm still stuck, though, on this high or threshold $75K, when Beaufort sets it at $30K, and Marietta sets it at $15K. And again, fill in any of my, misunderstandings here, but when we initially talked about this, I thought one of the questions we had is like, where is this in the budget, right? Am I correct that our first discussion of this policy was kind of like, well, where is it in that bucket or that bucket or that bucket? So we have a budget of like, let's say 110 million, right? But how do we ever know where the, my calculation is 4.5 to 5.5 million, right? And that is for the 59 purchases that are greater than 75,000. If I use 75K as the lowest amount and 95K as the highest amount, right? So where is it? So we have a budget of 110 million, but we line item our budget so we show that we're spending 60-something million on instruction and, 2.5 million for, and I'm making up the numbers, so don't quote me after that, but,
Well, each particular contract would be in a different operating budget depending on what that contract was for.
But do we ever see those?
At that level, not within a budget, no, we wouldn't necessarily see it at that. I mean, when a budget is presented to us in aggregate or even at a functional level, it's understood that there are a number of contracts budgeted in there for differing amounts. What we're saying is anytime any one of those contracts exceeds 75, we need to vocally approve it in this meeting.
And I think last time when we discussed this, Dr. Broom came in, gave us kind of an overview of how many contracts that would be and generally where they would be coming from. We were looking at, I don't know, like 9, so 6 to 9 a month.
Yeah, no, I get that, but I mean, Beaufort's a comparably sized district, and they must have the same issue, and theirs is 30K, or Marietta's bigger, and unless I'm misreading, it's 15K, so, I get it, it's just like, you got bigger classes this year, so besides the workload, I'm just wondering from like a financial decision-making, why we're higher than comparable districts.
I'm blown away that Marietta's at 15K.
Unless I'm misreading it.
No. It's entirely possible that they are. That is absolutely an incredible amount of work that I'm stunned that an organization that large puts it at a 15K threshold. Like that you generally wouldn't do that.
So that's what I was gonna ask, is it a percentage of the budget? So if our budget's 110 million, and my calculations are, without knowing absolutes, it's anywhere from 8 million and change to 11 million, then that's 10% of the budget or 5%. So do we have any determination besides workload and number of vendor purchases to decide?
We did talk about the state law and everything last time too. So this, this policy was just updated to reflect the conversation that happened among you guys at the board last time. But we did talk about, the Marietta policy being very old, so there's that. We talked about, the number of purchases that occur at each, as well as, we talked a little bit about what the state statute was as well. So my understanding is that was the conversation that had kind of happened to help make the decision last month. And then this policy would just be bringing it in line with the conversation, that it impacted DJE.
I think my understanding is that it's not going to change the budget necessarily. It's not going to change what gets spent. It's just now contracts that are below this or above this threshold, rather, are going to have to come to us to be approved. I think some of the benefit is that now it'll be in that packet and then it will be there for people to see.
Sure.
But it's not going to change the budget necessarily, but it will have to come to us.
No, I understand all that. I think my point then and now is that it still changes what we see. So if we're telling, we're saying that, 60-something% of our general fund budget goes to instruction, and it turns out because we didn't fill some of those positions and we had money here, really maybe 63% or 64, I'm making up those numbers, actually went to instruction because our purchasing practices allowed that.
Every time you voted on a purchase thing, since you've been elected.
Yeah.
It has a line in there that tells you this has already been budgeted.
Yeah, no, I understand it's been budgeted. That's never been my question. We're in agreement for the spending of money that, as a collective number, we have agreed to. But it's still fuzzy to me where it is.
You mean, in what budget category?
Yeah,
It comes
my
from?
recollection is when we first discussed this back in October and November, and I think Dr. Broom was up here, that is when we learned, we don't really know. So then I think the next question was, well, let's look at the number of purchasing, purchases, right? And those financial ranges, which I believe got us to the 75K threshold, because we saw 1,050 purchases, 877 were below 50, 96 here, 37 here. But still, in terms, you know, we got a great budget book. I just want to understand where the money is.
But, so we're approving how many tonight in the board meeting? I think it's 7.
Mhm.
All of those listed where they were budgeted from.
Okay. So then that was I think, my misunderstanding. So we always know where these purchases are coming from, which budget category.
Like I said, it'll be in the packet.
It's all in the packet
Okay.
and in the thing we approve. I do think it says, correct me if I'm wrong, this is from already budgeted categories, or it says this is not, and I don't know that I've seen one in 3 years that was like, and this is from something that hasn't been, maybe safety and security did something.
Yeah, when there's large amounts of
And when
mandated
it's not
last minute.
budgeted, then that would specify,
Okay.
by the way, we had to pull this, and here you go, and shut up, and we'll be told the correct answer.
Hi, we can start putting the funding source on there in the consent agenda when you vote on it, so you'll know which funds to come. To answering your question.
Well, it does now. That was initially my question. Where is it? So, you know,
Right.
okay.
Right now, it just says already allocated, unless it wasn't allocated, then it tells you where it would be.
Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mrs. Lynch. We encourage the public to review this policy and DJE, which is purchasing, posted on Assembly. This concludes our work session. As a reminder, the work sessions are designed for in-depth discussion, study, and planning regarding district policies, issues, and upcoming decisions. Many items presented at a work session inform board meeting agenda items, including consent agenda. We will recess and return in 5 minutes to begin our regular board meeting. The purpose of the board meeting and school board governance is to conduct the official business of the school district through discussion and formal voting, ensuring legal and transparent decision-making on policies, budgets, and district priorities. There being no further business, this work session is adjourned at 5:28. We will now call this meeting to order at 5:34 p.m. We ask that you silence all cell phones at this time. We will now begin with a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, I ask that everyone join me in a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Now I ask all who are able to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our mission is to inspire and enable student growth through meaningful and engaging learning experiences supported by highly qualified and caring educators in a safe and inviting environment. At this time, I will cede control of the meeting to Dr. Whitaker to accept nominations for board chair for 2026.
Are there any motions from the board for the board chair for 2026?
I move to nominate Dr. Carmen Sultan for board chair of 2026.
Board Member Utz makes the motion for board member chair, Dr. Sultan. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. Board Member Iriere, second. Board members, please complete your ballots. I am pleased to announce that Dr. Carmen Sultan has been elected as board chair effective today, January the 13th at 5:36 p.m. through the upcoming year with a vote of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5-0. I will now cede the meeting to Chair Sultan to accept nominations for vice chair.
Are there any nominations for vice chair?
I'll nominate current vice chair Hans Utz.
All right, Board Member Herndon makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Board Member Iriere seconds the motion. Board members, please complete your ballots. I am pleased to announce that Vice Chair Utz has been elected Board Vice Chair effective today, January 13th at 5:37 p.m. through the upcoming year with a vote of 5-0. Congratulations. We will pause to shift our seats. We don't have to go anywhere. All right. The first item on the agenda is the agenda. Board members, are there any revisions to the agenda this evening? No? Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second? Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Our next agenda item is the approval of the minutes from previous board meetings. Do I have a motion to approve December's regular board meeting?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Herndon seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any opposed? That motion also carries unanimously. Dr. Whitaker, I see we have some people who have joined us. Do we have recognitions tonight?
Yes, Chair Sultan, to facilitate tonight's recognitions, I would like to call upon Deputy Superintendent Karen Newton-Scott.
Thank you, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair, esteemed members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. General Whitaker. We do have some obligations. This evening, we are starting just a little behind, so I would like to ask the board and Superintendent Whitaker to come down so that we can take pictures as we recognize our honorees this evening to expedite time so that the commitments elsewhere can be honored. This evening, I am honored to share 3 presentations from Decatur High School, Oakhurst, and Beacon Hill Middle. As we honor each individual, please come up with your principal, in this case, athletic director, so that we can recognize you and take a photograph of you and the board. Up first is Decatur High School, Principal Sproul, and our athletic director, Rodney Thomas, please come forward. We would like to recognize Decatur High School's softball team for an exceptional season as region champs. Their accomplishments extend well beyond team success. We would like to highlight their coach, Coach Taryn Williams. Come on up. Let's clap for her. Coach Williams was named Region Coach of the Year and co-coach of the year for DeKalb County. Several of her team members, several of the team members earned first team all-county honors and were named second team all-county. In addition, team members were also recognized as all-region players. Tonight, joining Coach Taryn Williams, are 2 of her assistant coaches. If you would join her up front. We would like to congratulate these coaches and the team on an outstanding season and a well-deserved recognition.
Y'all in the middle,
Here we
and
go.
I'm gonna get everybody else to real tight.
Smaller than one.
Okay, next up is Oakhurst. Principal Triplett, if you could join us up front. We are proud to recognize Aaron Guerreri, Oakhurst Elementary School. Come on up, Aaron. Aaron has been selected to present at the 2026 Georgia Association for Gifted Children Conference. Her session, Future-Proofing Thinkers, Advanced Media Literacy Strategies for the Elementary Classroom, will equip educators with essential tools for navigating today's evolving media. This honor adds to her impressive record of presentations at both national and state conferences. Ms. Guerreri's leadership and commitment to professional excellence continue to elevate learning for students and educators alike, and we thank her for representing our district with distinction.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Aaron. We would like to invite our interim principal of Beacon Hill Middle School, Alexis Glenn, to join us up front. We are delighted to celebrate student creativity and school pride at Beacon Middle School. We are proud to announce that 6th grader Duncan Welch is the winner of the Beacon Hill Middle School Crest Design Contest. Come on up, Duncan. If
if you look at the screen, you will see Duncan unveiling the crest, and you will see a picture of the crest. Duncan's design beautifully represents the spirit and values of the school, highlighting the performing arts, athletics, the BARC values of best effort, accountability, respect, and kindness, and the school's IB identity. His motto, "Be a Beacon," reminds us all to be a source of light and hope within our community. Congratulations to Duncan on this meaningful and lasting contribution to his school. Please join us in one last round of applause congratulating all recipients. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Newton-Scott. Dr. Whitaker, do you have a superintendent's report?
Yes, Chair Sultan. Happy New Year, City Schools of Decatur. I trust everyone had a safe and enjoyable break. In late December, districts were notified that the Georgia Department of Education planned to issue the statewide press release highlighting the 2025 CTAE pathway graduation rate. That release occurred today. I am pleased to share that our CTAE pathway graduation rate was an impressive 98.99%, and we will share more details about the results next month at our State of CTAE presentation as indicated on the Board Management Oversight Plan, or BMOP. At this time, I invite Deputy Superintendent Karen Newton-Scott back to the front to provide the mid-year STAR data.
Good evening again, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Chair Utz, members of the board, Student Representative Batra, and Superintendent Dr. Jima Whitaker. Tonight, I'm excited to share the story behind our 2025 CCRBI results, a story of progress, persistence, and the impact of coherent systems across City Schools of Decatur. These results are more than just numbers. They demonstrate how our students are progressing academically and developing. Tonight, I'm sharing our STAR mid-year growth results, which give us an important checkpoint on how students are progressing from fall to winter across literacy and math. This data directly connects to our strategic accelerator, student success in all areas, by focusing on student growth and by showing how well our system-level investments are supporting consistent progress across grade bands, content areas, and student groups. I want to begin by grounding us in what growth means. STAR growth percentiles compare a student's progress to peers who start at the same place. This slideshow shows how STAR growth percentiles work by comparing two students who started at the same score. Jane and John both began in the fall with a score of 853. By winter, both improved, but Jane's growth is at the 75th percentile, meaning she grew more than 75% of her peers who started at the same place. John's growth is at the 50th percentile, which represents expected growth. With that understanding, when we look at our STAR data, we combine students demonstrating typical and high growth to give us a clear, high-level view of how well our system is supporting student success and student progress overall.
When approximately 65% or more of students demonstrate typical or better growth, it signals that our instructional systems are functioning as intended. Across the district, we continue to see that pattern of stability and pockets of acceleration. I'll start with early literacy because this is where we see the strongest connection between strategy and outcomes. From pre-K through third grade, nearly 69% of students demonstrated typical or better growth from fall to winter. This is an improvement from last year. Kindergarten and second grade showed the strongest growth, and overall growth in lower elementary exceeded that in upper elementary. This is an important cohort story embedded here. Across kindergarten, first, and second grade, where all teachers have engaged in science of reading, approximately 70% of our students are meeting or exceeding anticipated growth. Within this context, the students who began kindergarten in 2023, along with our current kindergarten and first grade students, are demonstrating some of the strongest growth performance in the district. This matters because these cohorts are the first to experience our most consistent implementation of science of reading aligned instruction, professional learning, and instructional resources from the very beginning of their academic journey, affirming the impact of sustained aligned investment in early literacy. However, at the same time, the data points to an important equity consideration within these otherwise strong results. As we zoom in on student groups, economically disadvantaged outcomes continue to lag in growth compared to their peers. The N size for our economic group varies by age group, but the number of students qualified under economically disadvantaged ranges from around 175 to around 200 students. The outcomes here for early literacy reinforces the urgency of expanding early access. Students who have not yet benefited from high-quality early learning opportunities are more likely to need intervention later, rather than experiencing the acceleration we are seeing in students who entered with stronger early foundations. The strength is possible when early literacy instruction, science of reading professional development, and aligned resources are consistently in place. And it clarifies where we must focus next to ensure those opportunities reach all students. As we progress to grades 2 through 5 in reading, approximately 71% of students demonstrated typical or better growth consistent with last year's results. Fourth and fifth grade students led the district, and upper elementary students overall showed strong performance. While several subgroups exceeded the 70% mark, economically disadvantaged students again emerged as a group requiring continued targeted instructional support. In K-5 math, growth remained stable at just under 72%, with kindergarten standing out once more. Nearly 87% of kindergarten students demonstrated typical or better growth in math. This reflects strong early numeracy instruction and reinforces the importance of coherent early learning experiences that integrate both literacy and mathematics. In our subgroup performance, we continue to see gaps in growth for both Black students and economically disadvantaged student outcomes. At the middle school level, growth remains solid and steady. About 2/3 of students demonstrated typical or better growth in both reading and math. 6th and 7th grades had the highest percentage of growth, exceeding the benchmark. The data in math was slightly higher than reading, with 69% of students at typical or higher growth levels. 7th grade continues to show, and nearly all subgroups met or exceeded the expected 65% benchmark, with economically disadvantaged students remaining an area for focus attention as we plan for second semester. In high school, growth patterns remain stable. About 2/3 of students demonstrated typical or better growth in both reading and math, with 9th grade leading the way in reading and 10th grade leading the way in math. Notably, more than 1/3 of students demonstrated high growth in math, indicating that when instructional conditions are right, students can significantly accelerate their learning. Our economic has smaller differences in outcomes at the high school level. However, the pattern is clear that there is more work to be done across the board. Taken together, this is an incoherent story. Our system is stable, and our early investments in early literacy and early childhood are beginning to show measurable impact. At the same time, the persistent pattern of economically disadvantaged students lagging in growth, even as overall performance remains strong, calls us to act with intention and courage. Our data represents us standing at a crossroads in a student's educational journey. One path reflects what has worked for many and affirms real progress. The other path asks us to look more closely and intentionally support those who are not yet benefiting in the same way. As we move into the second semester, our responsibility is to choose both paths, to expand opportunity for all to grow. That means tightening interventions, moving more students from typical to high growth, and broadening access to early learning experiences for students who have not yet had that early start. This will ensure that success is not just selective, but it is shared by all. Are there any questions?
Can you provide examples of targeted instructional strategies that we might expect for some students that are not in the high growth, but we think could get?
Yes. At one particular school, we worked before the break on a plan to target low growth for the entire school. There are some high achieving students who are not experiencing growth, and then there are some kids who are not yet at that achievement bar that are experiencing low growth. So we decided to take our win time and reimagine win time. Use our STAR data to identify what the focus skills were that students had not yet mastered, and hit those skills really intentionally and really fast, because we shouldn't spend a whole semester on remediating or filling gaps. In order to know that we're doing that work really well, we need to have assessments. Not having students sit for hours on the test, but quick ways to know that we've mastered those skills and move on. And then checkpoints every 2 weeks to say, how's it going? Do we need to switch gears? Do we need to bring more people in? What support is needed for the school? Because without a plan that tight, we could have lofty goals, but if we don't monitor it closely, it could all be for naught.
So, that raises a question for me about bullet point number one, like aligning leadership along those lines. So that obviously means bringing principals and instructional coaches on board. What else does it mean?
It means also helping leaders develop that plan very tightly. We have very skilled teachers, very skilled intervention support, but bringing that all together in a clear, articulate plan to see growth is the work of the leaders of the building. And so we support them in knowing how to build that plan, knowing how to monitor that plan, and having district support to carry that plan out.
And am I interpreting this here that the lowest amount of growth across all of these five is in students of color in pre-K to third in early literacy?
Yes. For Black students in particular, that would be true. That's the lowest performing area. and also for students who qualified as economically disadvantaged. Those two areas are the lowest across the board. But we do have places where the gap is in growth isn't as wide. So if we look here at second grade, fifth grade reading, for our Black students, we don't see as wide of a gap as we see for economically disadvantaged. So each grade band, content area kind of varies based upon.
But just to piggyback on that question, and if you could go back to that one slide on pre-K to third literacy, the subgroups that we're looking here that are where we want to provide some focused attention
Absolutely.
are, would you say, highest probability to have not had access to or exposure to pre-K?
Yes. And we also have students who have that exposure that are represented in some of the student groups that are performing. So we also have to look at all students, whether.
Of course.
But definitely, if students have not attended pre-K,
we see this show up in the data here.
Yep, we see that show up in the data.
This data is pre-K, right?
Besides what you described, things about what we're doing to make sure to close that gap, is there anything additional that we're doing to that seems to be significant?
All of our efforts to date have been targeted in those areas. So I don't want to discount the work that the schools and the teachers do and the time and attention they give to data that shows us where those areas are. So there are many things that are happening. I could stand up here for another 45 minutes and outline all of those things. And when we receive our assessment results, it's important that we look at that to say, how well are we doing? And when we see that we haven't met our goals, then what's a very targeted plan that we can implement in order to help us make gains in those areas. Generally, that's how we approach that. But we have all kinds of support. We have our communities in school that supports beyond the four walls of the school. We have our social workers and our school counselors who support other affected needs. We have the district support that help with things like chronic absenteeism, many things that are in work that are above and beyond just the academic.
Now I have a question, because this is early literacy, and then the next slide is STAR for second to fifth. So there's an overlap, right? That includes second and third graders.
Yes.
Who were assessed using the STAR test. But then when you go back to the early liters, so all of those second to fifth graders getting STAR tested, all of the second and third graders in that group that are getting STAR tested are also reflected in the previous slide's early liters.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So maybe the tool doesn't matter, but now I am curious, what is the tool for early literacy? If we're using STAR second grade, then there must be something different for the pre-K. And why is there an overlap?
So they test different aspects of literacy.
What is the test for early literacy if it's not STAR?
No, STAR is the early literacy assessment. It tests those early foundational skills.
Okay.
And then STAR reading tests more of your comprehension.
Thank you, Mrs. Newton-Scott. We've come a long way on this journey of the science of reading. That's really the questions you were just asking. Sunday's article in the New York Times, The Mississippi Miracle, is a remarkable success story. I want to reassure you that its strategies, such as the assessments you were just mentioning, are very much on our radar and influences our work in Decatur. In the Georgia Early Literacy Act, which is known as House Bill 538, was closely modeled after the successful work pioneered in Mississippi. This legislation focuses on the science of reading, structured literacy, early intervention, assessment, all of which are the core components of our current instructional support approach here in CSD. I am deeply committed to the literacy mission. Before I came to CSD, I actually testified before the Georgia Senate Committee on Early Literacy as an advocate for high quality instruction and support for our youngest readers. I've also visited Hazelhurst, Mississippi in March of 2024 to observe their strategies in action, bringing back their best practices to the city schools of Decatur. And I am co-presenting with Dr. Garth, the superintendent in Hazelhurst, at the AASA National Conference on Education in February. We will share the stage to highlight the incredible hard work that our students and our teachers are doing here in CSD. Because CSD continues to be a leader in our state for literacy. CSD is ranked either number 1 or number 2 in the state for grades 3 through 8 in English language arts. So if you would turn to the screen, just yesterday, the Georgia Department of Education released results showing that CSD has an accountability of 94.4. This is the highest state accountability score in the state of Georgia out of 181 school districts, and the highest for CSD ever. CSD was an 85. I want to repeat, the accountability score for 2025 is now 4. I encourage the community to visit the Godot website to review the 2025 CCRPI results for your own information. Chair Sultan, I'm also pleased to announce that the Government Finance Officers Association, GAFO, has awarded the City Schools of Decatur its Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for our FY 25-26 budget book. This is the second consecutive award since the district began publishing this book 2 years ago, with the express intention of providing full transparency on the district's finances. To receive the budget award, CSD has to satisfy nationally recognized guidelines for effective budget presentation. Budget documents had to be rated proficient in all 4 categories and in the 14 mandatory criteria within those categories to receive the award. These guidelines are designed to assess how well our budget serves as a policy document, a financial plan, an operations guide, and a communications device. In addition to representing a significant achievement by CSD, this award also reflects our commitment of the governing body, this board, and staff to meeting the highest principles of governmental budgeting. Congratulations to our CFO, Dr. Lonita Broom, and her team, as well as the communications team and all cabinet members who provided information and the support in creating this book. Per board policy, The budget book will be published annually and is available for public review on the finance section of the CSC website. I also want to personally extend an invitation to 2 superintendent listening sessions. The first one will be virtual and has been rescheduled from January 20th to January 22nd, but it's still at 11:30 a.m. The second listening session will be held in person on February 2nd at 5:30 at the Decatur Housing Authority Community Resource Center. Open enrollment will also begin on February 2nd for new students, non-resident tuition students, courtesy tuition students, and pre-K. Currently enrolled CSD students do not need to re-enroll. And then finally, I want to invite the community to please also save the date for the City Schools of Decatur and the City of Decatur Second Annual Safety Summit, scheduled for February 4th at 5:30 to 7:30 in the Performing Arts Center at Decatur High School. School safety remains a top priority for our school district and a major ongoing priority at the Georgia General Assembly. Events across the country and locally continue to remind us of the critical importance of remaining vigilant and working together to maintain safety in and around our schools and community. Attendees are encouraged to submit questions or topics they would like to see addressed in advance of the meeting. The link is available on the district website and in the CSD Weekly. Even if you have no specific items for discussion, complete the form because this will help assess attendance and ensure a successful gathering. As I conclude my remarks, one of the highlights of my break was actually the very moving visit of the Buddhist monks during their 120-day, 2,300-mile walk for peace from Texas to Washington, D.C. When explaining why they decided to begin their journey and how they selected their route, they said they chose states with really sad histories, where ancestors had sacrificed their lives for freedom and peace. Yet, we are here, still struggling with our lives, carrying that hatred and anger from generation to generation. The monks said it is because of hatred and anger that this world is chaotic. We are constantly fighting with each other. They also emphasize that they are walking not to stir the pot. They want to share this message. If there is no love and kindness, there is no peace. If there is no compassion, there is no peace. With love and kindness, we love everyone equally. There is no separation between mine and yours. To have peace within ourselves, we must be mindful of every single act, what we verbalize. Without this, we will never have peace within ourselves. Direct quote. As they continue their journey and as we prepare to celebrate the life of our Atlanta's son, which would be Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., my hope is that we will live this message within CSD. Chair Sultan, that completes my report.
Thank you. Good evening. On behalf of the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education, I welcome everyone back from the break and thank you for joining us in person and virtually to learn about the progress of our strategic goals. Today began with a swearing-in ceremony for myself, Board Member Utz, and our newest board member, Lorraine Area. Got it right, 2 out of 3. I am pleased and honored to serve another term. I congratulate and officially welcome Ms. Area to the board. We look forward to working with you and ensure the success of every CSD student and school. I would also like to thank my fellow board members for re-electing me to chair this distinguished governing body. As board chair, I have become increasingly aware of my role on this governing board to ensure what is in the best educational interest of every student within the guidelines established for the board members by the state of Georgia. I look forward to continuing to work with each board member, superintendent, and the CSD students, staff, families, and community to achieve positive academic and social emotional outcomes for all students. This evening's meeting is our first board meeting of the new year. During the pre-work session, we conducted the annual review of our board and superintendent communication norms and working agreement. The board also discussed revisions to a policy related to internet acceptable use based on recent legislation. We also conducted a review process of policies related to finance and human resources for possible revisions. These policies were last reviewed during the 2022-2023 school year. The board heard 3 presentations during work session. As we enter year 3 of all indicator strategic plans, the first presentation coincided with our strategic accelerator of cultivating and retaining quality professionals. As the board continues to work toward ensuring competitive compensation for all staff, the presentation provided concepts for next school year's salaries. During the next presentation, the board worked to complete the K-2 school utilization study criteria, which will guide the work of the community-led committees. Our final presentation was an annual report on the Safety and Technology Division. The board also accepted 1 policy on purchasing authority for first read. The presentations for all board meetings are available on the district's website in Assembly. Every month, the board looks forward to celebrating our schools and the achievements of our students and staff. At tonight's meeting, we recognize the Beacon Hill Middle School softball team for being region champs, the 6th grader who won the inaugural BHMS Crest Design Contest, and a teacher at Oakhurst who was selected to present at the 2026 Georgia Association for Gifted Children Conference. We applaud all students and staff for their achievements. Now that second semester is underway, I encourage our families and the community to continue to support our students and schools. Check the CSD Weekly for school newsletters to stay informed about upcoming events and activities. The board invites all families and community to please mark your calendars for the following upcoming dates. The next Board of Education community meeting is on January 21st at 6:30 p.m. at Tally Street Elementary School. The agenda will include a discussion on fiscal year 2027 budget priorities and parameters, school allotment guidelines, and CSD's K-2 utilization study. On January 27th, I will present on behalf of CSD at the annual State of the City event. Finally, the next board meeting will be Tuesday, February 10th, 2026. Before I end my remarks, I would like to address the concerns regarding current board actions and decisions. Some are asking why we aren't making these decisions and why they are being made now. Others are questioning whether the board is being forthcoming about the district's financial decisions and overall financial stability. In 2023, the board implemented a 5-year strategic plan. The plan is available for review on the CSD website under the Board of Education section, which includes 4 primary strategic accelerators. Every decision is made or under consideration by this board aligns with this plan. This answers the question of why now. Admittedly, we have more to do in the final 2 years of our strategic plan, including enhancing community engagement. However, over the past 2 years since the beginning of this administration, the remarkable achievements we have seen from our traditionally high achievers and subgroups are evident that our efforts are working. Our high employee retention rates, despite a very competitive market, are evident that our efforts are working. Financially, as Dr. Whitaker mentioned, the CSD budget book, which is completed annually to enhance the district's financial transparency, has received nationally award-winning commendations from external agencies on its first and now second editions. As a reminder, the full annual budget book is now available on the CSD website for review. Additionally, CSD received the highest bond rating possible for a school district of our size. Later, you will hear that CSD has received another clean external financial audit report. This is evidence that CSD is not only financially sound and in good standing, but that the board is working diligently with this administration to achieve financial transparency and sustainability. While acknowledging areas for improvement, decisions are made to ensure all students in CSD achieve, regardless of socioeconomic status, race, gender, or disabilities. Our focus is on maintaining financial stability while addressing educational needs, increasing student achievement and enrollment, maximizing state capital support for aging facilities, and funding new priorities to help all learners succeed. These achievements are widely publicized. However, a video is circulating that portrays the board as if we are attempting to deceive the community or hide a decision from the community about closing a school and using the funds toward a new ECLC. Pieces of information do not tell a full story. The board's consideration of funding options for the Early Childhood Learning Center did coincide with the initiation of the K-2 utilization study. The discussions were being held simultaneously, but the building of a new ECLC was not the cause for a conversation about closing the school. We have stated the consideration of a school closure was due to declining enrollment. Let me be clear. The board is evaluating the fact that CSD has 2 K-2 schools less than a mile apart with enrollment of fewer than 100. A letter referenced in this video specifically recommended the closure of Westchester. The letter was a sample letter that was not drafted by the district. No recommendation or decision has ever been made by this board or administration to close Westchester or any other school. If a recommendation had been made by the board, it would have been made at a board meeting and public input would have been scheduled prior to any final decision. This video also contains text messages between certain board members, city officials, and community experts. To clarify, board members may engage in one-on-one discussions with other board members, elected officials, legal counsel, and subject matter experts to gather information, conduct research, and make informed decisions. It is our responsibility to come prepared to have these discussions publicly with the board. However, these discussions are not board decisions or votes of any kind. We may not have 100% agreement on the decision made, but we are not engaging in any illegal or unethical activities. We are also not deliberately trying to mislead the community. We are parents first, professionals within our own expertise, and members of this community. We make decisions wholeheartedly with one focus: student success for all. And that concludes my remarks for this evening. Board members, do you have any thoughts that you wish to share?
Yes, I do. Because I believe that exemplifies what we talked about earlier with communication norms. So to the question that I asked earlier tonight in terms of the review process, either for a constituent email or communication from the board, when was the board given those comments to review? Because I don't recall seeing them.
What comments are you
The
talking about?
comments you just made as the chair. So are you speaking as the chair, or are you speaking for the board?
I'm speaking as the chair. These are chair's reports, chair's comments. And the way that it works is that those come out to myself and the vice chair prior to the meeting.
I think the one thing I would like to have us clarify more publicly, and this may be at the community meeting, this may be another meeting where we have to continue a discussion of norms, is I think any reasonable person in our city understands that we are people first. We have neighbors, we have friends, but when it comes to communications that some board members are having with some city commissioners, I think we need a clearer understanding of how that works. So there's a big difference between and I'll just cite Kelly Walsh because she's no longer a city commissioner, saying, hey, Kelly, you want to go for a walk? We're going to talk about a 5K. And then in the process of talking about a 5K, we discussed the ECLC. versus me texting a city commissioner to ask them for support. That's not a collegial discussion that I'm aware of as Tracy Anderson, someone who lives in Decatur and has an acquaintance or a relationship. So if we're going to bring up the text messages, then I think we need a clearer understanding, and maybe that's more that we need to delineate in our norms at another time.
So I just want to be clear, there's two, let me just get it out. I think the first one was if you're proposing that board chair comments be available for the comments made.
As long as there's a chair's comments, then they're not mine, and that's fine. If they are speaking on behalf of the board, then yes, I would like to see them ahead of time.
Okay. And then the second one is you want clarity around how any of us, not any one of us, but each of us are communicating via text with other, or not text, whatever, however we communicate, however we may have conversations, but where we are talking as board members
to other elected officials, and what's our process, because there's more than one city commissioner, more than two. So if we are going to tell the public, then I just make sure that the public, as well as I, as a board member, understands exactly how those communication forms work.
But no decisions get made between two people. Like that, this is what a quorum is for, right? Like the rules around a quorum are pretty clear,
Sure,
right?
No, I totally understand that.
And so I would be, I mean, I think it's normal for people with relationships that are in these different positions to have kind of open conversations with each other.
Conversations, I understand.
Right? But a text is a conversation, right? I mean, and so that is normal. If a decision is made, if a decision that has legislative weight, which is what a quorum is capable of doing, is happening, I'm 100%. I'm 100% in agreement with you, 100%. But literally the mechanisms of governance would grind to a halt if we can't have open conversations with each other, with other community members, and with other commissioners in a non-quorum manner.
Sure, so then when are we having those open conversations, so I know that board member so-and-so or so-and-so? When do we find out collectively then exactly who was appealed to and who was not talked to?
I usually tell you who I'm talking to and why. I always tell you who I'm talking to and why.
But even, I mean, I just want to, the practical implication of what you're I mean, by the terms of what you're suggesting, then you would have to let us know that you went and had a walk with Kelly Walsh. I don't know that that's...
Because the difference is, and I'm sorry, Kelly Walsh, for bringing your name up, but, you know, if Kelly and I are talking about our experiences as soccer parents,
sure,
that has nothing to do with my role as a board.
But then
if I am texting Kelly when she was, which I didn't, to say, hey, I really want your support in opposing this, or I really want your support in supporting this, that's a board practice. That's not Tracy as a parent. And so I realize there will be some fuzzy areas, but this might be a reason why we review these comments before we discuss them publicly, because I was not prepared to hear a discussion of text messages.
And you are well within your rights to have whatever discussion you would like to have here. If you would like to see the board script, which is my portion, you are also I have no trouble with you having it. You can have it prior to. We've had this conversation, and you know we've had this conversation before. I don't usually get the board script until Monday night before I go to work. So if you would like to have it at Monday night before I go to work, just like I do, you're welcome to have it. It is also worth mentioning that via any text message that I have with Lisa Mayer, Tony Powers, Andre Dick, and whomever, there is no vote taken. There is no discussion being made. They are well within their rights to not respond at all.
I think it's important for me to just draw a distinction here between what is legally allowed and what would be a board norm. Because legally, you are permitted to speak to each other one-on-one because you are not in a quorum. So if there are text messages between board members, that is not illegal. You are legally permitted to speak to the city council members because it would be almost impossible for government to work if you couldn't talk to them one-on-one outside of a quorum. Board norms as to how you're going to operate internally is what I think, Ms. Anderson, you are asking about.
Absolutely.
Okay, and that is an entirely separate issue from what is legally permissible and what is not. So I want to make it clear that texting each other or texting council members, there is nothing legally impermissible about that.
Totally get it.
Is that?
Yeah, so I don't know that right now is the moment to do it, but it sounds like there is an extension conversation about the norms where maybe we include a norm around board chair comments being shared with the full board prior to them being made. And then I'm not sure what the language might be, but I would be interested in understanding what you think the proposed language should be around how things get shared that have been shared, right? Because I think we're going to very quickly get into a quagmire of having to draw delineations between things, but draft what you think that should be, and let's have that conversation. Does it make sense?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 6:31, so we're going to move to public comment. Does anybody have any objection to that? The following information is included in the board policy manual, and members of the public also acknowledge this information when they sign up to serve as a reminder for all speakers and members of the audience. The opportunity to address the board during public comment is limited to district parents, students, residents, employees, and businesses of organizations. Persons wishing to address the board during public comment must sign up by 5:30 p.m. and to state their connection to CSC and/or the city of Decatur. To allow time for the board's other business, public comment will be ordinarily limited to 1 hour or 20 speakers. At the board's discretion, the public comment period may be extended for a specified amount of time or a specific number of additional speakers. The time limit for all speakers will be 3 minutes. Persons speaking during public comment will not be permitted to yield the floor or transfer unused time to other speakers. Comments during public comment should be addressed to the board as a body and not to any individual board members. At the chair or chair's discretion, persons violating this policy may be asked to step down. Speakers should be courteous and professional. Speakers are not to list complaints about specific personnel or individuals connected with the district in a public session. The board strictly prohibits abusive language, threats, comments, jeers, applause, or shouts from the floor. Disruptive persons will be asked to leave the meeting room. The chair may terminate public comments that are profane, vulgar, defamatory, or disruptive. If any speaker's comments begin to verge into the areas of hate speech or defamation, I will ask the speaker to end their comments. Speakers may not address confidential student or personnel matters, but concerns to the superintendent in writing. Members of the board will not address persons presenting public comment or speak to the substance of any comments made during public comment. Instead, a member of the administrative team will follow the person speaking at the board meeting. Dr. Whitaker, will you please call our first speaker?
Yes. The first speaker is Caroline Morgan Burchuk.
Okay.
This is Molly, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Molly was born on Election Day, and she attended her first committee meeting at 9 days old, so she's a CFC veteran at this point. And I want to start by saying something clearly, that we are all on the same team and we share the same goal, which is to provide excellent and equitable education for every single child in Decatur. And the debate has never been whether we do that, and the debate has been how. And the debate we must, because in the letter and the spirit of our community and our charter and the precedent here, the board, our school governance councils, they're not just responsible for policy, but also practice. It says school operations in our charter across that. And I say that because this responsibility is shared. It's shared with parents and educators and community, and this work was, and it is intended to be, done together. The moment is no longer about a single project or process, and it sounds like there are some questions about interpretations of facts and debate. I actually kind of want to put that aside, because for me it's less about that and it's more about trust. And independent of that interpretation of facts, there's a trust problem in the community. That doesn't seem up for debate, and we can maybe debate how we got there, but I think the best thing to do is to figure out, how do we move on? Where do we go from here? At this point, continuing forward as if trust is intact is actually going to make collaboration really challenging for everyone. A community cannot be asked, and it's going to be hard to engage in committees and long-range planning in good faith when the foundation has been fractured until we truly build it back together again. And I want to be clear, many of us are ready to do the work. We are here. We are continue to show up. We care deeply about the schools in the town. Whatever the outcomes are of these processes, it is about being able to participate more than, and we will accept whatever decisions come out of it if the process is sound. And we are prepared to dig in, to collaborate, and to move forward together. By doing so requires the right posture from everyone. Right now, it doesn't feel like there is a rush to redistrict. The most responsible step, I think, would be to pause, not to delay accountability, but to really create space for it, to listen, truly listen, not just explain, and not just check a box, but we can reflect together, to show some humility and some contrition when warranted, provide a genuine desire to rebuild that trust. This is not an us versus them moment. This is a leadership moment in our town. And if we can reset, if we can re-engage authentically, and we can commit to a shared responsibility for setting and executing the strategy of all the schools that we love, I do believe we can move forward together and do it well, but it needs all of us.
The next speaker is Thomas Moore.
Good evening. The last time I was up here, I gave some credit for attempting to get to a place where I think we can press the issue. Unfortunately, I think there have been things that have come to light that I mentioned just previously. Made that a little bit more difficult. There's a foundational belief in moral philosophy that basically says that human beings are not things, and we can't and shouldn't be to them. Since 2023, we've seen our assistant principal positions, especially the lower schools, eliminated. We've seen students who've needed medical care not receive it because there aren't nurses. In fact, just recently, my son banged his head at a staff. His teacher got her whole pack from her lunch. All for what? For fiscal responsibility? Is it for organizational effectiveness? We have on our slides. And when parents, teachers, and community members bring up these concerns through the emails that you've received, you were inundated with recently, a lot of times it seems we're met with condescension. We're called names by board members. We're met with dismissal. We get copy and pasted responses that seem to be filtered directly from the superintendent's office. don't really address any of the concerns. And I'm disheartened to learn from the board norm conversation that it doesn't even seem the board is aware what they can communicate and how they can communicate. I think worst of all, sometimes we're just met with silence. Don't get any answers, no accountability. And then when things come to a head, we have meetings like tonight. And the tensions are high, but it seems like we go back to the same. We get more condescension, we get more dismissal, and we get the board and superintendent that treat our community members, our teachers, and our students as wanted something bigger, be it a line on a resume or a balanced budget. So I think that what I hope is that if this financial stewardship and administrative achievements are as important as you say they are, then you treat those means as important as they are. And you give those people, you give us that respect and that dignity. And I can promise you, we'll give it back. Thank you.
The next person is Skip Fawcett. It's listed as in person. Can you hear?
Mr. Fawcett?
Yes, I'm here via Zoom. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're good to go.
All right. My name's Skip Fawcett. I'm a lifelong resident of Decatur. I was a student at Winona Park through 6th grade. 7th grade, I attended what was then Ebster, while Renfro Middle School, now Beacon, was constructed. I graduated with the first 8th grade class at Renfro, and then graduated from Decatur High, as did both my daughters. My father also graduated from what was then Decatur Boys High. I'm speaking to oppose your proposal to close facilities and schools. I will defer to my neighbors for detailed arguments and data, as they have done extensive work on this subject. The premises you're attempting to sell with this proposal make no sense. The proposal is simply illogical. Insanity is defined as doing the same thing over and over while expecting different results. Almost 25 years ago, I and other community members met at Renfro Middle School regarding a proposed school reconfiguration. We had meetings, broke into small groups, and came up with numerous proposals. In the end, after a stirring speech by a local neighbor, that process shifted to the discussion from facts and hard issues and turned to feelings and opinions. Collaboration predictably disintegrated. It led to bad decisions and negative consequences. Today, this sounds familiar. After all that, the school board paid 2 different consulting firms. Later, a superintendent was hired from outside the area. Shortly after arrival, the new superintendent ignored the advice and recommendations of both consulting firms and moved to a dedicated 4-5 academy model, which then only existed in 1 or 2 other systems in the entire U.S. The strength of Decatur has always been neighborhood schools. Good schools are important to students and homeowners, also known as taxpayers, both of whom are your customers. Unfortunately, neighborhood schools have been diluted so much that the longest time any kid or parent spends in one school is the 4 years in high school. Think about that. My neighbor has 3 sons who all go to different schools in our 4 square mile city. And now there's a proposal to build another multi-million-dollar facility where costs will likely exceed those proposed, all built on the premise of closing existing schools and their facilities. You said they're not connected, but the conclusion is still the same. That's insanity. I understand the superintendent is a big proponent of this. Please remember the superintendent works for the students as well as the taxpayers in conjunction with and under you. As a board, you are direct representatives. Please listen to those whom you serve. True leadership is needed here. I urge you to recalibrate and to think outside the box. Such an expensive and illogical proposal as this is an equation where the
Thank you.
Then,
Thank you.
the next speaker is Jessica Sino.
I want to start by saying this clearly. What we are dealing with is no longer about a single decision, a single project, or a single misunderstanding. And like the monks, we must be mindful of every single act. You took away our assistant principals in the lower elementaries, and you took away some of our nurses, and you tried to close the school on a ridiculous timeline. And you announced a keep open strategy, and then you tossed it away weeks later. So you can continue to gaslight us about what records show or what they say or what they do not say, but we can all read the words. And the issue is that the records don't say what you're telling us now. And look, we can wordsmith this all day long, but these are open records that were legally requested. They are not leaked documents, and it's part of the job. I used to be a government official as well. They're part of the job. The parents didn't imagine it, we didn't misread it, and we're not confused. So please stop telling us there's nothing to see here. And when we ask questions, you either give us cut and paste responses or you scold us. We are done pretending that this is normal or acceptable, and you don't get unlimited do-overs when the consequences fall on our children, on the educators, and on our community. You don't rebuild trust by rewriting the facts. You cannot fix systemic problems by doubling down, and you do it a lot. The district doesn't need better communication. It needs leadership that understands trust is earned through actions, not through intimidation or dismissing parents and community members for asking hard questions. I can explain that to you, but I can't help you understand it. And we can stand with our children, and we will stand with our children. We will stand with our teachers. We will stand with our staff, because they are the people who are the glue of this district. But we cannot stand with a board that says one thing and does another. You have spent your credibility, and we can't take your word anymore. Accountability is not disruption, it's responsibility. And it's not going away. We're not going away. And what happens next is entirely up to you.
The next speaker is Eva Bozeman.
My name is Eva. I have a student at Westchester. When news of the potential K-2 closure first broke, I went into problem-solving mode and found many other community members who shared the same goal: keep all K-2 schools open. I was heartened when data and solutions compiled by the community were brought forth to the board, and when we were told repeatedly that no decision had been made on what school, if any, would be closed. The formation of committees facilitated by school board administration and operations officers felt like a collaborative step in the right direction. As a co-chair of the newly formed Safety and Operations Committee, I patiently waited for directives on next steps and was ready to start the work. In the interim, troubling developments have occurred to fracture what little community trust was left for this administration to do the right thing. Draft letter to parents informing of Westchester closure was the first. After repeated assurance that no decision had been made and no school selected, the draft letter from 10/6/2025 showed the board plan to announce Westchester was closing without any prior warning to the public. Why did the board think they could close the school behind our backs and then mislead the public about their plans? Course correcting to an honest avenue was available right then and there. If you brought this predetermined decision to the community, it could have been a catalyst for transparent and collaborative problem solving moving forward. Instead, confusing language like Plan A and Plan B were broadcast with no actual information on what those plans entailed. I think this further confused the community and solidified distrust in the whole process. 2, K-2 utilization committees being reconfigured and participants handpicked by the board and operations officers. We followed a committee process that was designed and implemented by CSD leadership, volunteering our time. Replacing committee members after committees have been formed doesn't seem transparent. These actions lead to low trust that the administration has any intention of pursuing an objective keep open mindset when it comes to utilization of lower elementary schools. Intentionally diminishing who rallied together to keep all schools open is wrong. The pool of participants for the original committees were, of course, going to be parents who want their kids' school to stay open. Stacking the deck after the fact seems close to manipulation to achieve a previously determined outcome. I'm asking that any process that could lead to a K-2 school closure be stopped entirely until after the next school board election takes place. Can trust be rebuilt in the time between now and then? I hope so, but that takes real action, not just words. An election can decide who the community is willing to trust. In that time, let's also see how changes in the housing market, increased access to early childhood education, and the implementation of tuition-paying students could impact the district. Thank you for listening and hopefully for your reflection and consideration.
The next speaker is Rudy Colbert.
Good evening. I've shared before, educational nonprofit serving the Hispanic community. I've advised corporate boards, read the board's charter and ethics code, and understand your responsibilities and graphic decisions. Leadership is tough. You are held to a higher standard. You must be mindful of every act, what you think, do, and verbalize. That is hard. Step down. Past 2 years, one board member has consistently fulfilled the proper board duties, held fiduciary and operational oversight, independent governance, showing ethics, transparency, stakeholder thoughtfulness, and accountability. Willing to ask tough questions and share suggestions, even when dismissed by peers. That bright spot, beyond that, much needs fixing. This is the moment to address what you say and do, but especially how. We deserve better. The latest Caterers editorial was spot on. What are you doing? The last 2 years gave us Cheesecake, a blockade closure project, and more. Turned a worthy, important cause for early childhood education to a bloated cost building, backdoor maneuvering, managing the process so poorly, fracture the community on something that should be nice. You misled or dismissed parents, teachers, the community, city officials, PFA, the press, even threatened lawsuits. Your actions and communications from and within this board speak for themselves. The corporate board misled and treated shareholders. Like this board, shareholders would quickly replace the board, including anyone from management. The nonprofit board misled and dismissed donors. They would claw back donations, compromising the mission. Both scenarios would likely face regulatory and legal consequences. Talk stops with leaders. Leadership defines what a board or administration does, how it operates, what ends. Sets the tone for and guides how it engages stakeholders and each other. The last 2 years, especially the last 3 months, individuals in this board and of CSD enabled and participated, misleading and missing us. It has failed basic board duties and responsibilities of governance, ability, transparency, respect, and more. So, CSD and board leaders, in the last 2 years, pause and reflect on the impact your actions, your way of operating and communicating has impacted this community. Halt all major strategic and capital decisions indefinitely. Loss of trust and confidence, and the right to make those decisions. Do not double down on your current path and methods, or more fuel on the fire. And if you cannot shift your path and tone immediately,
The next speaker is Philip McGinnis.
Hello, I've spoken to you personally before, but tonight, not only am I here as a parent and a resident, but also as the president of the Westchester Neighborhood Association. Looking forward, the Westchester community would like to regain trust in CSD by having meaningful answers, transparency, and true participation in decision-making that directly impacts us. First, the board can start to regain our trust by acknowledging missteps regarding funding for the ECLC. Acknowledge that plans to close a school were intended to benefit development and or operation of the ECLC, and explain how and why the consultant came prepared with a draft letter announcing a specific school closure. Second, many in our community feel that legitimate questions regarding design, budgeting, and costs have been met with insinuations that they are against helping underprivileged or underserved community. Specifically, illustrated by members of this board in prior public meetings, find racial undertones. Let's tone down the rhetoric and provide meaningful answers to seemingly easy questions, like who was on the design team representing CSD? How competitive was the design process? How does the office space and full cafeteria meet the needs of 0 to 3-year-olds? And how was pricing developed? When asking what other options were explored, we would like to know if public-private partnerships explored to build, operate a facility. Why is immediately available space not a viable option to serve the community? How is it that the ECLC is nearly twice the size of comparable centers, but will serve fewer children? Finally, thank you for delaying the school closure and providing space for community-led committees to help navigate a path forward. The board has expressed that the Westchester community is overrepresented. This may be due to the fact that we have firsthand experience with the impact of school. We don't want our neighbors to experience it, and we don't want to relive it.
The next person is Andrew Navratil.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board. Trust. I've almost lost count of how many times we've heard that word so far in public comment tonight. And I have one simple message for the board, one request, which is stop the K-2 school consolidation process. Don't pause it. Don't adjust the timeline by a few months. Don't retool the committees, but stop it. Because trust is something this board needs. Trust is something CSD should want. And trust needs to be rebuilt. You know, whether the truth of the news story indicatorish, the truth of the video, the truth of the editorial aside, it really doesn't matter. I think the point is that many of your constituents at this point have lost trust. And the committee process and community involvement in the school consolidation requires that trust to be effective, to get true perspectives, to reach good outcomes that we all want. And that's not going to happen without time. And so I would ask you to stop the process. I would ask you to stop the process until the ECLC is resolved. And here's why. If it is built, everyone in this meeting, everyone on this call, and everyone in our community, if it is built, wants it to be a success. We want it to be a success for the students. We want to help close the achievement gap indicator. We want it to be financially successful as well. And we don't want the cloud of distrust from the school consolidation process thus far to be hanging over the opening of that new ECLC. So please, listen to what folks are saying. I listened to your work session tonight. I appreciate some of the ways feedback is being incorporated. I also appreciate the honest acknowledgement from the board that school closure is an option that may be on the table. But now is not the time to continue with that. Now is the time to stop it, to step back, let the moment pass, redirect, focus on the priority of the ECLC, and address this at a later time when trust has been restored and the people of Decatur can decide for themselves based on how the ECLC is doing, whether these two priorities were linked or not. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Veronica Edwards. The next speaker is Rory Hagigi.
Good evening. Imagine a scenario where you could go to the people of Decatur and say, we have $10 million of extra capital funding to fix and improve our schools. That'd be a win, right? I think anyone in this room would take that deal. Now, imagine that you could go to the people of Decatur who need it most and say, we're fulfilling our promise to build a place of learning and empowerment. We're building a brand new top-of-the-line ECLC for $13 million. At $13 million, we'd be spending almost $5 million more than it costs to build a brand new fancy pants Primrose or Goddard school, which top out at $8.7 million. At $13 million, we'd be spending more than the facility this project was based on. Y'all toured the Early Childhood Learning Laboratory at Grand Rapids Community College as the model for the ECLC. That cost $7.2 million to build back in 2017. Even at the most generous construction inflation numbers, that's $11.5 million today. So spending just $13 million would already be 15% more than that. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing to build a state-of-the-art ECLC right here for $13 million and have $10 million more capital funds available for our schools? But we aren't spending $13 million. We're spending $23 million. Why? We spend double the cost of the UAV Early Learning Center in Birmingham, which was opened a couple of years ago, almost double the capacity of our ECLC, includes teaching labs, observation rooms, just like ours, and costs $11 million to build. Why are we spending well over double the cost of the new Chatham County ECLC in Savannah, under construction right now, for $10.3 million? And there's so many more examples that I just don't have time to include here. I'm happy to send them to you if you want. All the data shows that a world-class facility is 100% possible for $13 million or less. Why does this matter? Because at the same time we're proposing to overspend here by $10 million, we're talking about this closing a neighborhood school, not because it's broke, not because there's a budget gap, but for one reason, because it has fewer than 200 students, disqualifying it from capital outlay. We're discussing tearing apart a community to chase a theoretical $400,000 maybe over the next decade, while overspending $10 million on this building. That makes sense to anyone? I'm asking you to pause, consult the architects, challenge the contractors, ask them, why is our price tag double the cost of similar facilities? Where's the disconnect? Something's wrong here. This doesn't add up. You have the chance to be heroes here. You can deliver the state-of-the-art center you promised, and you can save $10 million or more to invest in our school system. You can build a future where every child learns and grows, not just at the ECLC, but at every school in this district. Please, take a step back and rethink this. It is not too late to do the right thing, please.
We would like to thank all of the speakers for taking the time to be here tonight. As board members, it is important for us to hear the concerns from our communities. We will take your comments into consideration. We're going back to the financial audit report.
Yes.
All right. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Thank you, Chair Sultan. I would like to call on Dr. Lonita Broom, Chief Financial Officer, to introduce our auditing firm, Malden and Jenkins, to share the results of our FY25 audit.
Good evening, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Utz, esteemed members of the Board, Board Student Representative Batra, Superintendent Dr. Whitaker, community and colleagues. The district engaged the firm of Malden and Jenkins, LLC, to perform the annual audit as required by the Official Code of Georgia, annotated 56-6. The audit was conducted in accordance with the generally accepted governmental accounting standards, and an unmodified opinion was expressed on the district's financial statements. The use of a third party or independent auditor ensures a full financial review on an annual basis. The Finance Department then utilizes the information learned from the audit, much like schools use their improvement plans and various assessments to chart a course for improvement over future years. During the fiscal year 25 audit, the district did not receive any findings. One item was noted as a management recommendation. Fiscal year 25 fund balance exceeded 15% of the fiscal year 26 general fund budget by $5.1 million. One of the contributing factors to the increase in fund balance was the $3+ million of unexpected and unbudgeted tax revenue received from DeKalb County in fiscal year 25. The remaining $2 million was due primarily to vacant positions throughout the year. I'm pleased to announce that City Schools of Decatur continue to enjoy a strong financial position with a healthy reserve. We have seen positive tax digest growth over the last few years and remain hopeful that it will continue. Educational funding from the state of Georgia is expected to remain at a conservatively low level. The district remains confident in our ability to maximize resources so that we may provide the best possible educational experience for all our students. A copy of the audit report is located in Assembly and will be provided for public view on the district finance website. If there are no questions, Mr. Christopher McKellar, partner at Malden and Jenkins, will now provide additional details on the district's fiscal year 25 financial audit.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Broom, and thank you, Board, for having me here this evening. Like Dr. Broom said, my name is Christopher McKellar. I was the lead engagement partner for the audit. The fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025. And I believe you all should have the presentation as well. I won't go through all of it, but I'll just hit a few highlights. So just a little bit about Malden and Jenkins. So we audit over 725 governments throughout the Southeast, provide over 156,000 hours annually to our governmental clients. It's about 60% of our assurance practice. So it's a good bit of what we do. We have dedicated teams that's all they do all year long is governmental assurance auditing. The financial statements are the responsibility of management, and our responsibility as external auditors is to provide an opinion based on our audit about the free and fair presentation of the financial statement. What I'm sure you all would like to know is, how did the school district do? We did issue an unmodified or clean opinion, which means that the financial statements are in all material respects. Just a quick financial highlight. This is the statement of net position, or the entity-wide full accrual financial statements, which includes capital assets and debt. As you can see there, the total assets and deferred outflows of resources were approximately $267.5 million, whereas liabilities and total deferred outflows of resources were approximately $221 million, which leaves a net position of 46.4, 46.5 in net position. To further break that down, though, $7.3 million of that net position that is restricted by outside sources, and then approximately $130.3 million, which is net investment in capital assets, and this includes all your capital assets less any related debt. The change in net position was a decrease of approximately $2.2 million. As Dr. Broom mentioned, there was one management recommendation, and I'll expound on that a little bit. So according to state law, school districts should have less than 15% of fund balance or expenditures in fund balance, whereas GFOA, or the Government Finance Officers Association, says it should be 2 to 3 months or 17 to 25%. And as you'll see on a later slide, the school district is within that range for the general fund. I often tell people I would be cautious getting below that 15% because you could have another housing crisis or pandemic where the fund balance dramatically decreased across the state, as we saw. So just to hit on a few required communications, I won't read through all of these, but we received full cooperation with management and staff. They were ready when we showed up. They were an open book for anything we asked for throughout the audit process. And there were no disagreements with management on accounting issues or financial reporting matters. There were no unrecorded or past adjustments, so all adjustments have been reported as part of the financial statements that you all have. And Malden & Jenkins is independent of the school district, which is required by AICPA standards, and is frankly what you would want from your external audit. So this is the slide here I was mentioning. As you can see, the general fund balance as a percentage of total expenditures was right around 22-23%. So it's within the GFOA recommended range, but it does exceed the 15% that the state sets. Just a few upcoming GASB pronouncements. I won't go into detail on these, but the GASB statement number 103 with the financial reporting model improvement. This is really just changing the format some of the management's discussion and analysis and the budget schedules that's included in the required supplementary information. It takes some out of the management discussion and analysis and puts it in the actual budget schedule to give a narrative of budget changes. So it won't change really any numbers, it's just some of the format of the financial statements. And then the GASB statement number 104 with the disclosure of certain capital assets. Really this boils down to including assets that are being held for sale and certain categories of capital assets being disclosed separately. So there again, no number changes, just formatting changes. And that is all I have for you, unless there are any questions on the presentation or the financial report. We did also perform a SPLOS performance audit, which goes through 8 objectives. We didn't have any recommendations on those either.
All right. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board, thank you for your support as we work to ensure financial transparency and accuracy. When I began, we were at a 10% variance and a finding from our third-party auditor. The key performance indicator for the finance department is a variance of 2% between budgeted and actual expense general fund only. This does not include any additional funds that could be collected from schools through their local activities, such as their athletic events or even field trips. In 2 years, we have produced award-winning budget books, reduced the variance from 10% to 5% to now 2.4%, received the highest credit rating possible for a school system of our size from S&P and Moody's, stating it is due to healthy reserve levels and prudent budget management. When I began, we did not have a clean opinion by Malden and Jenkins, but with your support, we now have a comptroller and an audit with a clean opinion for the past 2 years in a row.
Dr. Whitaker and Dr. Broom, congratulations on a clean audit 2 years in a row. During pre-work, we reviewed 6 financial policies. During the work session, we moved 1 financial policy to first read. During the work session, we discussed the new Georgia School Board Association governance domain, safety. To frame the presentation by Dr. McKellar, this board seeks to provide guidance to the superintendent and set sound fiscal policy so that the school system is an effective steward of all resources to support student achievement and organizational effectiveness. That is not only the financial governance domain, but the first and last strategic accelerators of all indicator, our 5-year strategic plan. Board, we will now move on to consent agenda items, which include monthly agenda items such as financial, nutrition, and personnel report. The first item includes a report. There will be a motion to accept the consent agenda item in totality. Dr. Whitaker, do we have a monthly financial report?
Yes, Chair Sultan, Dr. Lonita Broom, Chief Financial Officer, will present a monthly financial report.
Good evening again. The November 2025 financial reports and definitions of function codes are located in the Assembly agenda. The Finance Department operates based on the district's 4 strategic accelerators with a specific focus on Accelerator 4, organizational effectiveness and excellence. For the general fund, as of November, the district collected 39%, or approximately $6 million of the budgeted revenue year to date, which is the same percentage that was collected this time last year. Expenditures are normal for this time of the year. The district has expended 34% of the overall budget, or approximately $9 million year to date. Last year, this time, the district had expended 36% of the overall budget. The majority of November expenditures are for salaries and benefits, which make up 86% of the budget. For the month of November, there was a deficit of approximately $3 million, which means the district expenditures for the month were $3 million more than the monthly revenue. Last year, at this time, the deficit was approximately $2.8 million. The approximately $3 million has been deducted from the fund balance, which is normal for this time of the year. Overall, year to date, there's a surplus of approximately $5 million. Last year, this time, there was a surplus of approximately $4.8 million. The surplus of revenue is normal for this time of the year. The general fund balance as of November 2025 was $28 million, which includes the current fund balance of $4.6 million and the beginning fund balance of approximately $23.6 million. The 2025 fiscal year ending fund balance projection with the unbudgeted and unanticipated $3+ million from DeKalb County was approximately $21 million. The remaining beginning fund balance comes from the 2% variance in the fiscal year 25 final budget. November revenue for capital funds consisted of approximately $581,000 from SLOSS 6 proceeds and earnings on investments. approximately $140,000 was expended, which is significantly lower than the $823,000 that was expended last year at this time. The $441,000 surplus was added to the fund balance. The district collected 33% of budgeted revenue and expended 40% of budgeted expenditures. Special revenue funds consist mainly of federal, local, and state grants not budgeted in general funds. The district collected 26% of the budgeted revenue and expended 33% of the budgeted expenditures. Reimbursable grants require the district to spend the funds prior to receiving reimbursement. School nutrition revenue and expenditures are trending within the same range as previous years. For the month of November, 37% of the budgeted revenue was received and 33% of the budgeted expenditures were spent. School nutrition operated at a deficit of approximately $18,000, which has been deducted from the fund balance. As of November, the school nutrition fund balance was approximately $1.6 million. This time last year, the fund balance was $1.9 million. I will be happy to respond to any questions or provide clarification as needed.
All right. Board, the practice of presenting the monthly financial report has begun under my leadership. The monthly presentation takes time, but it keeps the board and the public informed of the financial district. Fund balance is traditionally 2 months of expenditures. As Dr. Broom stated, DeKalb County corrected an error in revenues last year, which resulted in a $3 million increase in revenues. All school systems rely heavily on local taxes, but this is especially prudent for the city schools of Decatur because we do not qualify to earn proportionate federal funding. During the periods when we are awaiting tax disbursements, districts will often take out a tax anticipation note, short-term loan that school systems use to manage cash flow that must be repaid within the same fiscal year, otherwise known as a TAN. This is not the case in the city schools of Decatur. We have financial integrity, and it has been evidenced by the audit report and credit ratings over the past few months. Next month, Dr. Broom will present the 5-year review that will include analysis of the fund balance.
Thank you, Dr. Broom. Any comments from board members? All right, this item is on to consent.
Chair Sultan, I request to remove an item from the consent agenda. Agenda item number 7, Beacon Hill Dust Bowl, is requested to be removed due to an error. Chair Sultan, may I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
I recommend that the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve the consent agenda items 1 through 6.
Do I have a motion to approve consent agenda items 1 through 6?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second? Okay. Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. Is there any discussion?
I'd like to hear from the marching band that went to Hollywood at some point at the board meeting. I know we approved that field trip, and okay.
It'll be a recognition.
All right,
yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Dr. Whitaker, the next item.
Chair Sultan, the next item is a change to the board calendar for the 2025-2026 school year. The Georgia School Board Association Summer Conference will be held June 8th through 10th in Savannah, Georgia. This is also the second Tuesday, which is our traditional and scheduled board pre-work, work session, and regular meeting day. Therefore, it is recommended that the board calendar be amended to accommodate attendance at the whole board governance training. The recommended date is June 2nd, 2026.
Board, is there any discussion on this item?
Frantically looking at my calendar.
Right.
No? Okay.
Chair Sultan, may I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended that the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve the amended 2025-2026 board calendar.
Do I have a motion to approve the amended 2025-2026 board calendar? Member Us makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Arier?
Here.
Oh, Arier, I was doing good at the beginning. Seconds the motion. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Yeah.
All right. Our next board meeting will be held here at the Wilson Center on February 10th, 2026. The Board of Education's winter community meeting will be held on Wednesday, January 21st, 2026, from 6:30 to 8 p.m., also at Talley Street, Upper Elementary School. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 7:25 p.m. Thank you very much.